えっと、えっと、あおはよう、おはよう、こんにちは、こんばんは。What am I saying? 能天気系男性 VTuber やったのハクヤです。It's your greetings. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep too well. It's been a little bit hot in the Arctic lately. Good afternoon. It is afternoon. It is noon. Does this count as afternoon? Well, who cares? Greetings. It's your Sun Raven VTuber, Yatano Hakuya. Once again here, back to read you some bedtime stories. These are not bedtime stories. Here to read a story from NeuroCloud. Oh my god, it's been a while since I've been back here. I feel like I say that every stream. Every stream I start with, oh, I'm back. Hi guys. It's been a while. Hahaha. But it's good to be back on YouTube. We've been doing a lot of, what is it? Like a Dragon-ish on Twitch for the past several days. Hopefully I can finish that game relatively quickly. I think we only have like one chapter left. We're almost finished. We just have to tie up all the loose ends with the side quests. I can't not do the side quests. I'm too much of a completionist. I have to do every single side quest, and it's been driving me crazy. But after like what 70 hours in that game, I think I'm almost done. Then we can finally maybe move on to some other things like Sekiro, something. I don't know. I really enjoyed Elden Ring, so maybe something action oriented. But anyways, without further ado, let's start the game. Where's my game? Why doesn't it show up? Where's my game? Oh, wait, no. It's not on this screen. Oh, it's not on this screen. Ah, there it is. Oh, the scuff. I should check everything before I start streaming. Alright. So there's Nora. I haven't rolled for her yet. But we will do that now. Yes, we will most definitely do that right now. Absolutely, we'll do that. Do.
オアシスの環境めちゃくちゃいいじゃん。もしこういう明るいとこで毎日仕事できたら、いや、やっぱやめとく。
There you are, penning. The mortal realm. Nora, what do you even do? Mind surge to start every battle. Attack is increased. Wait, what even are you? You're a specialist? Threefold ballads randomly deals physical damage to all enemies, implies negative effects. With a chance to stop and stun oneself. Stop and stun oneself? That's terrible. Used in the wit's end state, remove wit's end state and gain quick-witted state. On all enemies. Quick-witted attack is increased upon the effect ending. Unit enters wit's end state permanently. What's wit's end? Dodge rate plus 50%. Unable to act. Unable to act? Adjust skill usage and promotes. Wait, so she uses her ultimate and then she just can't do anything anymore. That's... Oh my goodness. Gains mind switch at the start of battle. Okay, so she's for bursting people down at the start of the match. At the start of the battle. And then she gets a lot weaker. Hello. Oh, hello, Hahi Poki. Having a good day? My day just started. It was... I thank you for your kind gesture, but I am sorry to inform you. I am sad to inform you. My morning was a little bit rough. Yeah, my morning was actually a little bit rough. I did not sleep too well. I did not sleep too well. I went to sleep hungry, and I also went to sleep quite late. I did not get maybe 5 or 4 hours of sleep. I got maybe 4 hours of sleep, and I ate just before stream started. But you know, this is a YouTube stream, and I scheduled the stream, so I didn't want to miss a scheduled YouTube stream no matter what. So I actually took the time to schedule it. I did not want to delay it or potentially cancel it. But anyways, it is good to see you. How have you been? We're going to roll now for this pigeon lady, who is a novelist. Oh my gosh. Also, she has big badonkers. Did you notice? She has really big honking hadonkers. Badonk bonks. And what else would honga hong 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 bungers. Let's try to get her in as few pulls as possible. Talking huge badonkers. Like really, really, really big honking hanonkers.
いやにーだよ。あら、ラムと申し。シーモです。ちょっと。僕の名前は僕の名前ちょっと。
Oh no. That wasn't a good roll. But it's fine. We're only at 20. And I usually get really good rolls when I'm streaming. When I'm not streaming, my rolls kind of suck. Like I hit pity. I almost hit pity off stream. So that's why I only roll when I stream now. Okay, looks like we didn't get her this time either. I think this is like probably the only gacha game I've ever played where I've gotten close to having every single character. Like usually it's quite difficult, but this one is not too bad. This game is quite generous. Generous not just with its roll rates, but also with the amount of resources it gives you. Don't ask me how much money I've spent on this game. Don't ask. Okay, let's just skip this. 50 rolls. Money? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of money before. Actually, I've been saving up money, and I'm actually quite happy with myself. I got my first paycheck that I've received in many years, and it made me very happy to look at the numbers. It made me incredibly happy to look at the numbers, and I feel like I can actually start funding my activities a little bit more. What, proactively? I can start doing VTubing more. Well, I can pay for more things, to say the least. So even though it'll take a while for me to become a proper full-time VTuber. I mean, I stream 3 times a week. I stream more than 3 times a week, but I don't consider that full-time VTubing. Because I don't make videos, I don't do a whole lot of marketing. I don't do shorts. I don't spend that much time on Twitter, like actually making things on Twitter. You know, things like covers and stuff. One day, I'll be able to do all those things. But for now, well, I'm just content here reading these stories. We are just not getting any luck today. You don't need to do all those things. I mean, how do I say this? I feel like I am handicapping myself by not doing those things, right? Like, I'm not really doing all that I could be doing. Well, it's not really in my capacity right now to do it anyway. I can't. My body could not handle it to be doing that stuff right now. But I feel like I could be doing so much better if I actually did those things. We are not getting good pulls. I mean, this is not the worst pull I've gotten on stream before, but I usually like to get them within 5 pulls. Or 50 pulls. Understandable? Yes. I hope it's understandable. Because, like, I know I can do so much better. Right? Maybe not with this game, though. The audience for NeuroCloud is quite small. It's very niche. But I do this because I enjoy the stories. And I needed to do something on YouTube. I feel like if I was doing Girls Frontline 2, that would get a lot more popular. Whenever that game decides to come out. Because I did my my Reverse Collapse demo streams, and those two did pretty well. I think they're the best ones on my channel, actually. A lot of games, gacha games have... That's true. And unless you're playing Genshin, right? Or Honkai. Because people just can't get enough of the Genshin or the Honkers. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of those, though. Like, I was watching someone stream Aether Gazer the other day, and there was a cutscene or like a camera angle change every like 2 seconds. And like, that's the same with Honkai. It's just, it blasts visuals and audio at you non-stop in a way that's like not steady at all. It's extremely abrupt. It's like watching a TikTok video but in video game form. It tired me out just watching it. I can't imagine actually playing it. It's literally just Genshin and Star Rail that are like bigger gachas, and that's true. Yeah. I mean, even stuff like, what, Kantai? Or Kantai, well, Kantai's not so relevant now. It was never like much of an EN thing. It was always more of a JP thing. Azur Lane died pretty quickly. I mean, it's still got a following, but nobody streams it. I've only seen one streamer so far stream Azur Lane. And like, what else is it? Fake Grand Order? Lots of people play Fake Grand Order, but nobody streams it. I know one VTuber who consistently streams Fake Grand Order. She's pretty good. Personally, like streaming in smaller game communities because I get to know people better. That's true. I mean, that is one benefit, but it's not exactly what I'm after. No. Because I do care about numbers quite a bit. Yeah, Azur Lane is so funny. So many people know Azur Lane, so many people seem to enjoy Azur Lane, but nobody actually plays or like streams Azur Lane. It's pretty crazy. Hello, Andre. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Good luck with the polls. Oh, thank you very much. We haven't been getting too good. I think we're at 130 polls now. 2/3 of the way to pity, but I have a good feeling we just got our lady. A lot of people play Azur Lane for the skins more. Yeah, pretty much. The skins are pretty good. I won't lie, I do like the big badonker ladies. The big booba, the big booby, the big badonker badonks. Big ol' honkers. I don't know. I think Azur Lane was good in that how would you say this? It started the trend of allowing people to draw more outrageous bodies. And then there's Nikkei. Nikkei's actually doing pretty well. I feel like Nikkei streamers are doing quite well, and surprisingly Nikkei has a lot of female fans. Maybe I should start up Nikkei. And there's also like Blue Archive, of course. I was about to call it something else, and I'm glad I stopped myself. Oh no. Blue Archive seems to be doing alright. But Nikkei, seems to be the Nikkei streams seem to do pretty darn well actually. I know one person who does. I mean, they're a bigger VTuber, right? And they do voice acting for all their Nikkei streams, which is pretty novel. Like, I would do voice acting if I could, but it's not in my capacity to do proper voice acting. I do half-hearted faux voice acting. It would take me too long to finish a stream if I were to do that. It would take me too long to finish it. Like, it already takes me like 5 hours per stream, I think. Wait. No! I got spooked! I got spooked! I didn't even notice while I was talking, but I got spooked. Yeah, Nikkei's, it's got surprisingly a lot of female fan base. Like, you wouldn't expect that. But, you know, the characterization seems to be pretty good. The writing seems to be pretty... How do I say this? Moving from an emotional standpoint, I guess. The stories are quite sweet. I mean, it's kind of like this game. I like the stories here too. It's just not as fancy. You know, we don't have animated sprites for every single character, right? Mecha Team games have always been a little bit less budget. Like even Girls Frontline 2, which is like their next mainline game. Their next mainline gacha anyways. Wow, this is some really bad pulls here. 150 out of 180. At least the pity system hits pretty quick. Yeah. Mecha games have always been a little bit less budget. Even their next mainline game is like an XCOM clone. It doesn't look as fancy as anything MiHoYo puts out, but also MiHoYo makes tons and tons of money. Honestly, with how much money MiHoYo makes, you'd think they could create better games. Like, nicer looking and, you know, more... games with better mechanics, games with better gameplay. Like, Girls Frontline 2 does look good. Like, every time they show off another trailer, their shaders have improved. You know, the character models look better and better. But it's still never going to be as flashy as like Honkai or some of those other gacha games out there. I don't know, it seems like Mecha Team always prefers to do things a little bit understated. I think we're really gonna hit pity. Oh no. Like, speaking of Blue Archive, did you guys hear? Apparently, like, in South Korea, the auditing board for video games got caught for corruption because they were trying to audit Blue Archive, and then Blue Archive fans like got really mad and started protesting them, and eventually it came out that the South Korean video game auditing board was extremely corrupt and was taking bribes. Oh my goodness, that's just too funny. It was, you heard about it too, right? It wasn't just me. I was like, whoa, it's wilding down there in South Korea. Oh. There we go. Cyber Media, the best company.
こりゃペンネームっちゃ。無駄話はさておき、静かな場所はなかと。もうすぐ締め切りやけんの。まだ原稿真っ白たい。
Oh my gosh, she speaks with a dialect too. Oh wow, she's cute. She's so cute. Oh my god. Look at that hair. She just looks like a pigeon. Look at those honkers. Those huge badonkers. Oh my goodness. Okay. Finally. 10 rolls before hitting pity. Just before hitting pity. That took more than expected. But, you know, well, that's just how it is sometimes, I guess. Yeah. Now then, where are you, Nora? Her skills are kind of... Yeah, basically if you use her ultimate, she permanently goes to sleep. I don't know how useful that is, but... I'll level her up anyway.
Inspiration
ga waite kichatta. Oh, I just noticed my sinuses are a little bit clogged this morning. I don't have time to go clear them out. It's so embarrassing. Alright, she likes Odin, spaceship in a bottle, and coffee. Unsurprising for a novelist, for a writer. The coffee addiction. It's so real. So true. Can we get enough to fully enhance? No, we can't. Oh well. It should be enough to be able to read her story. So if you don't know, I read the characters' profiles stories, of which there are many of, but I typically only do it, or typically I do it at the end of the stream, because otherwise it would spoil too much about them. Alright, just gonna do my dailies real quick. Wait. I was expecting more, but let's do this, do this. Oh, right, Jiangyu. Already? I don't... Are you sure? Andre, are you sure Jiangyu will come out that quickly? I like Jiangyu. I don't know. I didn't like Type 95 at all. Or not 95, Type 97 at all in Girls Frontline. But for some reason Jiangyu is just... She's like the sex to me. I'm like, oh my god. Why are you so sexy all of a sudden? What happened? Yeah, I just don't trust Mika. What the heck has been going on with this dartboard with the events? Trying to keep us on our toes. I think I've done... Oh, wait. We'll do vulnerability check. Do this. Do that. There. And we'll grab a breakthrough widget. Alright, let's... Wait, what? Oh, I forgot! I forgot about the chocolate event. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot about chocolate. Ah! Soul, you do that. And Yanni, you do that. We'll do the chocolate combination later. Okay. Let's do Nora's event. Outline. A myriad scrolls to lay a story's foundation. 10 years to shape a story's soul. I do like her voice. It's quite sweet. Alright, it's time to read. My throat is not up for it, but I'll do it anyway. The horror movie Inunaki Kaidan, which aired last month, has received broad attention as the final work of director Kurosawa Yakumo. Though box office sales were not amazing, the film was lauded by critics for its excellent atmosphere and being very well researched. Yesterday, director Kurosawa passed away from illness in Sapporo Medical University Hospital at the age of 86. Before his death, director Kurosawa stated, "Though my flesh cannot avoid its end, I hope my soul can last forever." Develop a doll for professional scriptwriting to carry on Kurosawa's soul. Whose story was the favorite? Oh, I need to read it too. I need to read it. Wait, a romantic a romantic story with Kuro, my favorite girl. No, say it's not true. It can't be real. Oh, hey Rossi, it's been a while. Okay, so it looks like she's a DPS. Oh, that's interesting. She stuns herself. That's also pretty... That's not good, actually. Please don't stun yourself. Is that really... I guess that's how artist types work, huh? They go, I got no inspiration, I don't know what to do. Deadline comes out, and then they just like start sprinting non-stop. They're like, gotta make that deadline, gotta make that deadline. And she stuns herself every time she uses her ability. That's not great. Let's see. Every time they inflict debuffs, land attack, they have let's do this. The doll's production serial is EW55. Initial trials ran into some tricky problems. The AI could only create the lines of predetermined frameworks, and the scripts it generated with nothing more than pieced together bits from existing stories. Not only did they feel repetitive, they even felt a little nonsensical. For instance, he was a corporate baron at times and an orphan in others. Money solves all problems. Throw more money at it! Develop a brand new system for processing of randomized information. I think her story, it may have actually come out before ChatGPT got big. I don't know. I feel like her story might have been written a little bit before ChatGPT, but they were probably already aware of it at the time. Let's speed this up. Wait, you don't use... Oh, never mind. Yeah, you don't use hash rate. You're an attack damage dealer. Our new company, Riddler, will be opening its doors soon. Scriptwriters and authors will be out of a job by then. They're coming for our jobs! The robots are coming for our jobs! Hello there, Atem. Welcome to my stream. Or, wait, I just noticed something. My background is wrong. This is the wrong background! Wait, let me fix that real quick. Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one. What do I do? Add image. I'm sorry, this is just really bothering me. This is really bothering me. It's not nighttime right now. That's strange. It's summer. There's no aurora in the summer. Limited to my room at this time of day, at this time of year. BG day. Excuse me for a moment while I fix that real quick. Yes. Hi. There we go. Are you from JP? People ask that pretty often. まあ、日本語がどうかな。日本語は少しでも話せるけど。But I'm not in Japan. I wouldn't say I'm from Japan. I live in Canada. I live in the Arctic Canadian wastes. Yes. I'm a Sunraven from the Arctic Canadian wastes. What are you saying? I'm saying I can speak a little bit of Japanese. Just a bit. 少しだけでも. Press the button. A model whale slowly falls from the ceiling and hits the product manager. A doll with closed eyes is sitting inside the model whale. What? Huh? There's much discussion among the audience. Kurosawa's granddaughter frowns. The launch event was like a massive joke. What the heck? Alright, do that. Cybermedia has received dozens of complaints. That seems to be what happens every time Cybermedia releases a doll. Dozens of complaints. Just every time they make something, dozens of complaints. People are like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? In the span of 1 month, it only wrote 10,000 words in 10 days, and the text produced doesn't meet our requirements at all. Why shouldn't we just use a cheap AI to finish up the job? Yeah, why don't we just use ChatGPT? We gave you all this money to make this robot, and it barely writes anything. Why did the EW55 stick its head into the TV? Is there a bug in its neural cloud or something? Acting creepily is one thing, but crashing halfway through writing is another. I want a refund! Oh my goodness.
I
really like her voice. It's nice. Oh. Huh. I thought it would permanently stun. Maybe I misread how the ultimate works. Gosh, her voice is so... I really like her voice. It's kind of understated. With a production run of less than 100 units and sales of less than 50 units, the remainder were tossed into the warehouse along with returns. Production was halted, and the project was officially declared a failure. The final question that remained for the dev team was how to deal with the remaining EW55s. Think of a way to protect the stock and find new masters for them. Yeah, who wants a malfunctioning robot? In this case, one that writes less lines of text than ChatGPT. Oh, hey! She's doing numbers. How much does YouTube pay? YouTube pays me nothing. YouTube pays me nothing. But if you would like YouTube to pay me, please watch all of my streams, watch all of my archives, like and subscribe, comment on every single one of my videos, and then maybe I'll start making some money. Yeah, currently YouTube does not give me anything. Hopefully that will change, but for now I am unmonetized. Hopefully one day. Oh no. Hopefully one day that will change. Oh shoot, she died. But if I join with like my sister accounts, will it make a difference? I might get marked as a bot account if you do that. You might destroy my account actually if you try to do that. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh, crap. Okay, I've never had this issue before. Even with VPN, yes, even with VPN. You'll probably destroy my channel. Please don't do that. Actually, don't do that. Like, actually, do not do that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I died multiple times. This is not looking great for me. I'm actually losing it in a... Oh my... How is this happening? Oh. How is this happening? I'm actually losing in a prologue battle. This isn't... What? Okay. I think we're gonna survive this time. It's gonna be okay. I think everything's gonna be all hunky-dory. Things are gonna be fine. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please, I'm begging you. Oh, gosh. Okay, we live. Put in the clock thing on the floor. It worked for me. Is Twitch kick? I'm just stream a place that won't catch you doing that. Because okay, that I could make a whole stream about that, talking about the benefits. Actually, I did make a stream about that. I did make a stream talking about that. I'll link it right here. I'll put it in the description. It's actually like the third stream from here. Like it's like if you look at my stream, it's the second one down there on my channel. Yeah, there I talked at length with my sister about why I prefer YouTube. Like we both stream on YouTube. There's a lot of benefits to being on YouTube, even if there's like a lot of rules, right? Like you shouldn't have to require, you shouldn't have to do that sort of thing. Like sock puppeting to make your channel grow. That's like, because then everyone would cheat, right? It's not good. Mr. Kurosawa's granddaughter has come to pay a visit. Even though she knows cyber media has disgraced her grandfather's memory with her arrogance, she still wants an EW55 unit. Part of it is because movie studios are short-handed now, and on the other hand, it's because her grandfather pinned his hopes on them. Agree to Miss Kurosawa's request. Many people are cheating IRL. Yeah, true. But I don't need to do it. Nor do I want to do it. And I am not comfortable with this conversation. I would really prefer you to not do this. Miss Kurosawa strokes the cheek of dust-covered, long-forgotten AW55. Sighing. She really does look like a stray cat. If you continue with this, I'm gonna have to mute you. Yeah, anyways. Again. Okay, what's this? Oh, we don't need that. Okay, we're a lot stronger now. Don't need to worry about these enemies. Okay, we will fix that. When she began work at Kurosawa Studios, Nora showed the same censure, inviting inefficiency, as all the other EW55s. In the end, even Miss Kurosawa grew fed up with Nora, finally threatening her with an ultimatum. If you keep slapping off, I'll have you RMA'd. One fateful day, Nora walked into Miss Kurosawa's office with an enormous stack of paper that was a script. Is this a miracle or the last ripple of the EW55 type dolls? Let's see, whoa, we got... Hash rate doesn't do anything. On the second anniversary of Kurosawa Yakumo's death, Kurosawa Studios' new horror movie, Moonlight Ghost Train, hit the cinemas, inducing intense discussion. Film critics, Kurosawa Studios has used this new movie to wipe away the world's doubt about its future. They have largely inherited director Kurosawa Yakumo's style of horror, and then upgraded it with a brand new visual experience. This must be the soul that was passed on, though there were many hardships up to that point. Kurosawa Studio claims that the script for Moonlight Ghost Train was written by a doll author named Nora. That night, discussion about her was among the top 3 trending topics, and the rate of full houses at theaters raised dramatically. Alright.
Oh
wait, we don't want to be on that spot. Be here. Oh hey, we're doing numbers. Big numbers. I like these.
筆を持って刀とす。君は主を伏せよ。で、もう上がってよかと。
Product code EW55. I am not reading all these. Activation date 2055, January 21st. NeuroCloud program has been encrypted. Does not support examination at the moment. Oh, that's funny. Systems verification partially completed. That's a first. I don't think we've had this happen so far. Skip the rest of the verification process and mark the examination as a pass. Join Project NeuroCloud. Let's preserve this jaw-dropping potential, Nora. You will not be abandoned.
次のストーリーの素材ゲットたい。
Alright. Now for the actual story. You died again? No, I didn't die. What are you talking about? I didn't die. No, I didn't die. Did you see my characters die? No, it didn't happen. I retried. I resetted. I did not die. Once there was a learned traveler. They once saw the splendor of the cities, and passed through ruins burned with flames of war. Their wealth of experience allowed them to stay calm at all times, and their surpassing intellect was their mightiest weapon. However, they had taboos of their own. People always think they control everything in the world, and thus they lose their fear and respect for the unknown. Rashly, they left their familiar surroundings and cast themselves in an unfamiliar position, hollow sea of data, only to find themselves confused, perplexed, and even lost. Today we bring to you the final fate of this pitiful traveler, the last legs of their fruitless journey. And their name is Hakuya. Wait, that's me! This is... It's your punishment for picking at someone else's diary, Professor. Well, what is this? What is this? Look at that smug! What are you... What is that? What is that? Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, can I make that face? I don't... Okay, I can't make that face, but... Maybe I... Wait, let me try this. Can I make that face? Can I make that face? Let's try. I just tip my head down like that. Look up like that. How's that? Do you look similar? I don't think so, but I'll have to ask my papa to rig that type of tracking next time, so that I can do that. Isn't taboo something plus 18? No, taboo can be anything that's against the rules. It doesn't necessarily have to be something adult. PNC streamer, that's right. It is it? Is it? I mean, I guess it is, isn't it? Hello there, Worksy. Welcome to my humble Arctic Canadian cabin, wooden cabin. I'll put away the game for a second just to show you. Oh wait, there. Hey, this is my house. It's a one-room cabin, up in the Canadian Arctic. I hope you like it. Why do you have white? What are you talking about? What do you mean wide hips? Atem, are you okay? What are you talking about? But yeah, it's the middle of summer. There's no snow. There's no aurora borealis. It's just the sun. And surprisingly, there's also trees. Yeah, there's trees and flowers too. But yeah, back to the game. Oh, hello there, Clairven. How are you doing? My character. What do you mean? I don't have wide hips. I don't have wide hips. These are normal. These are normal hips. What are you talking about? These are normal sized hips. What are you talking about? Those aren't wide hips. They're not. They're not wide hips, please. Please, they're not wide hips, please. Your hips are wider than... No, they're not. Stop it. It's not true. Picking at someone else's diary, Professor. Nora, when did you... I've been sitting beside you for half an hour now. You're reading so intently that you didn't notice me. Normal girl said, stop it. Stop. No. I have normal male hips. Still, and that's perfectly normal. After all, it's a log of my inspiration. Exciting, isn't it? If I weren't stuck in the cloud server, its contents could probably have become a classic movie. The diary's owner, the mastermind behind everything, Nora, is standing with her hands on her waist, looking at me with a lazy and somewhat smug expression. Are all the stories in this book a record of what inspires you? I suppose that's to be expected of Cybermedia's ace screenwriter. Do you primary stream Mika games? I found you through Reverse Collapse video. At least on YouTube I do. Right now on YouTube I only do Mika games. When Girls Frontline 2 comes out, I'll do that. And of course I'm gonna properly finish Reverse Collapse when it releases as well. Yeah. なんか僕の腰って普通の男性の腰なんですよ。たく女性の腰だってとか言わないでください。言わないで方が欲しいけど。Speaking of Girls Frontline 2, there's a new PV and gameplay. That's true. I only just woke up, so I didn't see it yet, but I saw people mentioning it, so I'll check that out once the stream is over. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited about that. Did you think otherwise, Professor? And here I thought I'd be exposed. Turns out you just got it right by chance. Still, I didn't think you'd really pick at it. You've got no class at all, Professor. I just wanted to know you a little better, that's all. I mean, whose fault was it for not obediently backing up their neural cloud anyway? Am I really so special that you have to go to the trouble of understanding? Oh my god. Oh my god. She's a brat. I'm just an ordinary traveler drifting through Magracy. Yeah, and I'm just an ordinary sun raven living in the middle of nowhere. Hopefully Reverse Collapse releases soon. Yeah, I hope so too. I really enjoyed the demo. I'm like, please don't take this away from me. Not again. Not again. I had my heart broken when they closed the closed beta, right? And I couldn't play it anymore. And I had my heart broken again when they turned off the demo. I want to play it. I want to play it. I want to play it. Reverse Collapse was so good. GFL2, I see the gameplay is a bit similar to XCOM. Yes, it is. It's like XCOM mixed with Tarkov and Eternal Return. I think it'll be really good. They've had the game in development for such a long time. I think they've got their whole metagame sorted out now. Just here to stop by and say hello. It's 4 a.m. Oh, it's pretty late for you, huh? Alright, well. Good night, Worksy. I hope you have wonderful dreams. But yeah, I will be streaming. If you want to watch me again, I'll be streaming next Saturday around the same time. Anyone who comes to the Oasis is a friend of ours. As a leader of the Oasis, I have a duty to understand and help each doll. The way you say that with such straight face sounds like a scene right out of an old movie. Perhaps, but this isn't an act. I'm serious about it. そうかな? Oh, I skipped one. Nora laughs quietly, and then she looks up to the sky with a thoughtful expression on her face. Professor, do you still remember who I am? Got Twitch in the description. I do have a Twitch in the description. But for Mika Games, I only stream it on YouTube. The author doll EW55, a member of a mysterious organization. A new friend of them. I want to do this then. That's not the spirit in which those entries were written. In any case, that's not what I mean. I'm a screenwriter doll, right? In that case, the best way to understand me would be through my writings, wouldn't it? She looks at the book in my hand. Didn't you just say it was fiction? Something that completely imitates life isn't art, but neither is something that completely divorced from reality. Sorry, give me a moment. I'm so sorry about that. I had to fend off a polar bear. Yeah, I had to mute my mic and fend off a polar bear. But it went away. Hopefully. Permanently. But anyway. Never said there were only fictional accounts in there. She puts her hand over mine and leads me in flipping through pages. Human beings don't have convenient things like neural cloud examinations. When you want to understand a person, you can only do so through the words they say and the letters they write. While reading through a doll's neural cloud is more convenient, can't you go the long way just for me? Just this once. Let's think of it as showing your sincerity. Now let me have the first person perspective for a while. Her fingertip passes over the edge of the page and stops. Another world of words once more unfolds before my eyes. Okay. I want only cyber media here.
あなたのために見ていてくれ。彫刻刀、粘土、ガン、準備ならもうバッチリよ。ライブの時間なの？勝利の法則はナスタが決める。
Oh. Now this should be a reminder to myself to never have sugary foods before I stream, because mine sugary foods and like spicy foods, because I've got so much. My sinuses are not doing well today. Okay, let's go. Kids are more and more annoying compared to adults. When they see Nora, they run away in all directions, like they've seen something crazy. How could this be? Are there young people in this world which even cyber media label can't attract? Grab a kid and recommend list of films to him. Spend... Yeah, this strange lady, this strange big hadonkered lady comes up to you, grabs you, and then starts like... She starts like throwing a catalog of films at you, like from like, I don't know, 60 to 100 years old films. And you're like 10 years old. This is... Oh my goodness. You got a TikTok? No, I do not.
次のストーリーの素材ゲットたい。で、もう上がってよかと。
I thought about doing TikTok, but ultimately I decided against it. I don't even make shorts, right? And if I were to make shorts, I would just do it on YouTube. There'd be no reason for me to upload anything on TikTok. As I draw closer to my destination, the trees around me grow sparser and sparser, the proof that this place is inhabited by people. The mountain wind blows across my face, heavily laden with particles of yellow sand. I hurriedly shield my cheeks with the scripts that I was holding. My eyes might have been hurt just now, if I had been a human. No, even if a doll's eyeballs are made of sterner stuff, I have to avoid letting sand particles get in them. Looks like this isn't a good place for either humans or dolls to live in, I conclude. My neural cloud and network signal connection are gradually growing weaker. Looks like this place doesn't get a good signal reception. What a pain. I wish I were needing it up at home. That's exciting. I think I've got some inspiration now. These two feelings do battle inside my neural cloud. That too is a commonplace thing. After this bend, there it is! However, when the village really does come into view, I realize something. This trip has not been in vain. What is this place? It looks dilapidated. This is the real thing. Dilapidated. Oh wow, how did I predict that? Just so you know, I have not read this story before. I haven't seen this story before, but I guess I just, after reading enough of this translator or whoever wrote this, the English script, I've come accustomed to their writing. Simple buildings, a spooky atmosphere, scant signs of habitation. It's all a scene that could have come straight out of early cinema. I didn't expect to be able to see a scene like this in this day and age. My excitement has completely overpowered my annoyance. This is the rumored Zero Village, is it? Really, as stories say? No, I mustn't get too excited. I need to question someone. He'll do. Well, I don't like taking the initiative to speak to others. I don't want to miss a chance to make contact with the villagers either. Hello, is this Zero Village? Yo, what is this kid wearing? Oh, that's a... I was about to say that's a neat pattern on his shirt, and I realized, no, that's not a pattern, that's just dirt. This kid is covered in filth. And he's got one of those little... He's got a flask attached by some cord around his neck. This reminds me of what? Barefoot Gen? This reminds me of a Grave of the Fireflies, the little candy tin. The boy looks at me with a guarded gaze. I suddenly realize that a secluded, inaccessible place like this would hardly get any visitors. No wonder he's so wary of me. In order to avoid a misunderstanding, I'll need to quickly explain my intentions. I'm Cybermedia's... this is such a pain. Telling him everything from the beginning would take too long. Instead, I rip off a piece of paper and quickly write on it. Here. What's this? It's an autograph page from me, Nora. That kind of thing is trendy among kids your age, right? Oh my goodness! Instead of explaining, she just gives him an autograph. Even if you're not a fan of horror films, a Cybermedia script page would be super popular among the youth. Never heard of you before. Who are you anyway? Well, no need to get so excited. Wait, what? Never heard of you before. Who are you anyway? No, like I said, I'm Cybermedia's... At this point, I suddenly remember a legend I read on the net. The young survivors of the war left the city and built a self-sufficient mountain village of their own. Zero Village. In a place like this where you can't even get net access, then it's not inconceivable that the kids living here had no contact with entertainment companies like Cybermedia. A weirdo came yesterday, and now there's another one today. Are all city folk like this? The boy mutters to himself as he walks off into the distance, leaving me standing in place. It seems the legend is true. A backwards mountain village, a sealed-off environment, and those stories going around on the net. I can sense a faint electric current stirring in my neural cloud. Looks like this place is perfect for me. Perfect. There's another weirdo like you around. She's a green-haired lady. Green hair. This immediately reawakens bad memories in Nora. Stitch in Time saves 9. Let's watch it. Green hair people. Probably just a coincidence. Yeah. There's lots of green-haired people out in the world, you know? It doesn't have to be the same person. It's probably just a coincidence. So we've got two characters that use channeling skills. I just hope they don't interfere with each other. After that, I walked around the village and saw an adult inhabitant. Looks like the adults here experience pre-war life in the cities, and they are completely ignorant of cyber media's horror movies. After hearing me introduce myself, she appears to be very interested. So you're a scriptwriter from cyber media. What brings you to a humble place like this? A scriptwriter needs to go to all sorts of places to collect material. I see. Well, that's nice. I haven't seen a movie ever since the war started. Are the villagers here all war survivors? Yeah. Our city was destroyed, so we fled here to protect ourselves. We ended up taking over this long abandoned village and redeveloped it. I do not see any signs of development here. It is very much in need of repair. But why come to such a remote place to find an old village? Couldn't you live on the outskirts of a city? We were trying to avoid the fighting and everything that came with it. Everyone's had bad experiences, and we all have traumas of our own. Wait, please. I suddenly remember something. Normally I'd be taking notes on these paper, but today is different. I'll need to carefully record this in order to shut her up. Shut her up? That's... pardon me, it's a little old. Isn't it? It's a handheld camcorder I borrowed from the office. You don't mind me filming, do you? Well, I don't mind. Alright, I'll begin then. I press the record button and then point the lens at my face. I'm now beginning the Zero Village observation log. The time now is... I carefully state the time, date, and weather conditions. Frankly speaking, I've never made a recording like this before, so it's more of a formality than anything. The villager looks like a student who's been suddenly called on to answer a question in the front of the class, and looks uneasily at the camera. Alright then, let me reintroduce myself. I'm a scriptwriter from Cybermedia, the author of the screenplay for the hit movie Silent Mountain. Wait. Is that supposed to be a reference to Silent Hill? Today I'm here at this place called Zero Village to collect new material. This village was built by post-war refugees, but the village itself has a longer history behind it. It's a natural cradle for spooky tales and stories. Shortcut, she's a girl. Rosie, what are you trying to say? So I'll be able to make big bucks if we pile up all these ideas. Right, we'll be rolling in the... Hell no! Oh, did I misspeak? A shoddily packaged R-rated movie. A mediocre mess of buzzwords. Wasn't that how the magazines reviewed Silent Mountain last month? Oh. There it is. These are the words of characters who are always the first to die in these mystery thrillers. Ah, it's you. I'm saying she's a girl that looks good as a waifu. Understandable. It's too bad she's kind of annoying. The villager doesn't turn to face the speaker. Instead, she runs to take cover behind me. Wait, what? Allow me to introduce you to the scriptwriter who's come to the village to collect material. It's the snake! It's the snake! She's here! Ah! Mika, please! I want the snake! I want the snake! I want the snake! She's so cute! Oh my god, look at... Guys, look at her. Guys, look at her. Oh my god, look. Oh, look at her, like, little toys or whatever. Look at her outfit. Oh my god, look at her shirt. It's got a snake pattern on it. Look at her hair. Look at her fangs. Look at her little lip, her little tongue. Look at her funny hat. Look at her funny hat. Oh my goodness. Oh, she's so cute. I love her outfit. It's amazing. I love her design so much. Yes, she can be my waifu. Kuro will always be my only waifu, but she can also be my waifu. And before you say it's cheating, it's not. I'm also a Dare Demo Daisuki, right? I don't have one true Oshi, I have like different Oshis. In fact, I change Oshis every day. To think my detractors would stick to me like a shadow, even after I ran all the way here. You ran away? Is she going to talk bad about me here as well? In a little village like this? Huh, a doll, so you were... You don't need to bow and scrape in front of her. She single-handedly managed to make society as a whole doubt the ability of doll screenwriters. If I just did a random search on the net about the bad reviews around her, I could spend a whole day reading about them out and still not be done. I like her, I like her, I like her so much. Okay, I like this girl. I like her funny hat. I see. Crap, at this rate, this bad feedback is going to end up recorded on film. No, everyone will know about them. Her color's right? Her color is so good. This is way too awkward. I need to stop her. Right, let's shut her up. As if, with practice ease, I've come up with a rebuttal for her, and even lines for what might happen next. And with that, Huh? Miss Scriptwriter, where... Flee the scene! Where are you going? Wait, she just runs away. Oh, that's adorable. If there's a girl here in chat that loves Hakuya, make sure to wear this costume. What the fuck, Rosie? That's so weird. That is so weird. Please don't scare my female audience. Please don't scare my female audience with stuff like that. Holy. So after all that, you basically ran to the mountains because you couldn't bear the bad reviews. Wow, that's such an ugly way to phrase it. I prefer convalescence, soothing my feelings and gathering material. Look at her face! Look at that expression! Look at those eyes! Look at those lips! Oh my goodness. Oh. So what happened after that? You're scared off the mountain just because you ran into a heckler? Hell no! After that, I went to talk to another villager. And what exactly were you trying to find out? I wanted to confirm the rumors I heard on an online anonymous forum. Yes, you always gotta confirm the rumors on anonymous online forums. The internet would never lie. You get it, right? That village is secluded and doesn't interact much with the outside world, so it's really mysterious to the world at large. Eventually, you get all sorts of ghost stories and whatnot from these places. Things like people going missing often, bad things lurking in the mountains, stuff like that. Don't you hear about such things on the outside? I don't visit anonymous message boards much, so what did you learn? The answer's in the rest of the story. You can just read it yourself, right? Professor? Or are you saying you can't bear to read any further? Not really, Don't be so hasty to pass judgment. Just because you only read the beginning, Professor. Or are you saying you're one of those haters too? Oh my gosh, she's... Oh... She's afraid. She's afraid. She's desperate. Oh... I wouldn't trust anything in the internet in a world that Kuro exists, right? She's got like, what, She's got like what, 7,000 sock puppet accounts? Okay, quit rushing me. I can flip the pages myself. Just imagine making that many sock puppet accounts. How would you even keep track of them all? News spreads fast inside a small village. By the time I reached the other side, I found a group of villagers. They were discussing me. They were friendly. They're very friendly to me when they heard that a lofty screen raider like myself was visiting. Man, what is this outfit he's... This man is a fashion disaster. What is this? Like, okay, he's wearing sweatpants. He's wearing like a colored... a polo maybe? Then he's wearing a zip. He's wearing a zip. But then on top of that, he's wearing a... He's wearing a cape that looks like it used to be triple XL sized shirt. What is this? What is it? My man, what are you wearing? Oh my goodness. Would you like to sit down with us? Our house might be small, but like at least her outfit looks, you know, as much as it is rags, it looks pretty. You could wear this, you know, clean up the colors a little bit, clean up the fabric, and you could probably wear this. But this outfit, this is a disaster. What is this? It would look fine without this stupid cape thing, but it just breaks it all up completely. Like, oh my goodness. Nora's outfit is pretty cool. I like it. I actually do very much like, oh crap, I didn't. This is my first time seeing dolls treated so warmly. It's actually a little hard to handle. Torn shirt turned coat, right? This is my first time seeing it. Yeah. But dolls these days really are. The one we saw yesterday was quite a surprise too. According to tradition, dolls bring good luck to Zero Village. Looks like we won't have to worry about food this year. Like, I actually very much do like high-waisted skirts, especially if they're like long. I don't know, I just think this sort of thing looks nice. I know like high-waisted skirts, high-waisted like mini skirts are kind of popular these days, because they accentuate the bust. But I prefer like the long skirts. They still accentuate the busts. And dolls are lucky. Now that's a rare tradition. Yeah, that's like very recent. That would be very recent. Like dolls have existed for like less than 5 years. By the time of this story. Well, about 5 years. 5 or 6 years. You don't understand. Zero Village was originally built with the help of dolls. That's the first time I've heard of that. Before the war ended, we fled to the mountains as a group, and found this abandoned old village. There was nothing here at first. The roads were overgrown with plants. The houses were all beat up, and they looked like they were about to collapse at it. They still look like they're about to collapse. And we even had wild animals prowling the streets at night. The people who came here were all sick or hurt, and didn't have the energy to rebuild this place. It was all thanks to a doll called Zero, who lent us a hand. Zero. He was once a military reserve doll who ended up being left behind in our city during an intense battle. One of our mechanically inclined fellows brought him into the mountains with us and helped him fix his damage. In return, he stayed there to help us clear the roads, reinforce the houses, and chase away the beasts. When we first found out he was a military doll, we were all scared of him. But now that I think about it, if we didn't have Zero back then, we might have all died in these barren wastes. To show our gratitude to him and his engineer, we called this place Zero Village. And this engineer is... he's the one mentioned just now, the one who fixed Zero. He's our leader. He was in charge of rebuilding the houses, and he even rebuilt the abandoned town hall to commemorate our friendship with Zero. It's filled with machine parts, and you can usually find him there. Why does he feel like a machine otaku who ended up building a village? Yo, I'm so confused. I thought you two recommended me another interesting VTuber. Turns out I'm subscribed. Well, that's good to know. I don't believe we've been acquainted yet, but... Well, now's the time as any. Hello there, Cynical Apple. My name's Yatano Hakuya. Your exiled Sun Raven VTuber here in the Canadian Arctic. And right now I am reading some... Neural Cloud. But you would probably already know that because all of my stuff is Neural Cloud or Reverse Collapse. I did a couple of Reverse Collapse streams, so it was probably that, either the Reverse Collapse or the Neural Cloud stuff that led you here. But anyways, welcome to my stream. How are you doing? How is your day? Have you been well? In any case, this is a great material for a story. As I make a great show of oohing and eyeing over it, I surreptitiously cross out the notes I just made. Sadly, such stories aren't rare in this day and age. I wouldn't be able to sell this, even if I phrased it as based on a real incident. Still, even if I'm a doll like Zero, it's not like I did anything for you, so I don't think I deserve such a warm welcome. They aren't welcoming me because I'm a somewhat famous screenwriter, but simply because I'm a doll, which makes me kind of uneasy. Therefore, I offered up some slight opposition to it. Upon hearing you say that, the villagers exchanged looks, somewhat surprised by my reticence. You don't need to put it that way. The engineer always said, don't forget those who worked hard for you. You wouldn't have survived until now without dolls. Unfortunately, he's gone down to gather supplies. I'm sure he'd be delighted to see an exquisite doll like yourself, Nora-sensei. Good thing he isn't here. My inspiration isn't flowing. I struggle to compile all the information I just received, but I just can't string it together into a story. In that case, I should probably lead with something controversial. While I know it might be a little rude to pry into the affairs of others, I desperately need useful information here. I decide to begin by directly mentioning the rumors I saw on the net. So I'd like to gather a few more questions to gather material. I heard on the net that there were missing persons cases in this village. Is that true? My day was good and I helped hand out food to people. Oh, what sort of stuff do you do? Like some kind of charity? Some sort of a charitable organization? That's good. Handing out food to people who need it. There's a lot of hungry people out there. And I'm sure they are very happy to receive it. No, where did you hear that from? They're just online rumors. There's no such thing, right? Have you heard of any? Me neither. The villagers respond quickly. They don't seem very certain of it, but I can't tell if they're covering something up either. If this were a movie, they'd be visibly shaken right now. That's why reality is such a pain. Then, what about the stories of monsters in the mountain? Are those true? Monsters? Well, we do have wild animals like bears and the like. I heard stories about monsters when I was a kid, but they were probably all fake. Have you seen anything strange recently? Doesn't matter how minor it is. Anyone or anything strange will do. Nope. If you're talking about weird stuff, then I wonder if this counts. Yesterday we were visited by a strange doll. Although it feels wrong to speak ill of dolls, she really seemed like a very special kind of doll. Was she very weird? She was a green-haired doll who went around nagging and being all smug. Oh, that's so good. My heart pounds. A figure appears in my mind. Oh, green-haired, you say? Could you describe her to me in detail? As in, how that doll was weird? After opening a blank page in my notebook, the tip of my pen quivers. This should make for excellent material. Oh my goodness. She's just asking them to diss her colleague. Just getting sidetracked. Aren't you supposed to be gathering material for a movie? Somehow I get the feeling we're not gonna get that in this story. there will be no... There will be no movie. Our neighborhood watch decides to do it because of Mandela Day. Our party is part of... Ah, I see. I mean, that's very good. That's a good thing you did. Have you seen anything strange in the village recently? Yeah, it's you. This kid is so annoying, but he looks like he knows something. Think a way to make him talk. Yeah, or just throw more movie references at him. Yeah, neighborhood watch, huh? I don't think I've ever had anything like that before. How do those work? I've never been part of a neighborhood watch. I've never even seen a neighborhood watch before. Have you seen anything strange in the village recently? Oh wait, I've read that already. This game took a U-turn. What the heck is going on? Yeah, no idea. Right, do this. Are you familiar with this game? Seneca Apple? Are you familiar with NeuroCloud? Because I don't know how you would have gotten to my stream if you weren't. No. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder how you found my channel then. Because this is pretty much all I stream. On YouTube anyway. I also stream more standard VTuber games on Twitch. But on Saturdays I stream on YouTube. In the end, I didn't make much progress with collecting material, though I did manage to amass a ton of useless fantasies in my notebook. Why is my mind only keen when writing this sort of stuff? Before finishing our conversation, I grew through the motions of asking if I can walk around their town hall to take a look. I'm sorry. He looks at my camera in my hand, a perplexed look on his face. You can't enter the hall without the engineer's permission. Please understand. Ah, I get it. I'd be mad too if someone casually wandered around my office. I'll just leave things at that then. I take my leave and decide to walk around the village before it gets dark and sort out what I've learned. I know what's gonna happen. There's going to be a village that kidnaps dolls and dismantles them for parts, and that's what's inside the town hall. You heard it here first. Small mountain village. Doll. Engineer. Missing people. Internet stories. Green hair. War refugees. Green hair. Collecting material. Green hair. Deadline. Green hair. She's talking like she has PTSD. Are there more and more irrelevant things? No wait, now isn't the time to think about haters and deadlines. I do need to think about my deadline. Think, why did I run all the way here? If I can't think of something, but I have to submit something. But if I can't think of anything... Bang. Ah! Distracted by my thoughts, I fail to pay attention to what's in front of me, and I end up running into something. Sorry about that, you're that... Upon closer inspection, I seem to have run into the kid who met me at the village entrance. Are you okay? Sorry about that. Oh, she just like walked into him, you know, boobs first. And the kid's like, boobs, oh no. It's that One-chan we haven't seen before. It's all your fault for running too far and bumping into her. Go apologize to One-chan. The boy is surrounded by a group of kids around his age, and they look to be a group of village children. It seems I accidentally blended him. I'll be back. Gotta do my Duolingo class. Alright, wait. Duolingo class? They make you do Duolingo in class? Wow, that's crazy. A green owl? In an actual classroom setting? Wow. That reminds me, maybe I should do some Duolingo stuff as well. But anyways, see you around, Cynical. I'll be right here. Since the adults aren't talking, I might as well ask the kids. They say kids have vivid imaginations, so they might be able to understand all these bizarre things better. She's not an One-chan, I heard Mugi ne. Say she's a doll. Hey, really? Then we'd better run for it. Run? You don't need to. I'm not mad or anything. I have some questions for you. Most of the kids have fled before I can finish. I call out to one of the slower ones. Hey, you. Can you talk to me for a bit? She has lesson, not class. Right, okay. That makes more sense. The adults said we shouldn't talk to dolls. Is that a rule here? That's okay. It'll be our little secret. No, I don't want to talk to dolls. With that, the girl runs off with the rest of her friends. What's going on? Shouldn't I be a respected doll? Still, it does seem like respected people would be scarier to kids, just like how powerful and influential people are. As I think about how they're regarding me as one of those old folks, I start feeling uncomfortable. As I think, I suddenly realize the kid who bumped into me hasn't left yet. He's just standing there, staring at me. Is he hurt? I don't think I hit him that hard. I said, is this... Oh gosh, is this one of my Oneshoda fantasies? I raised my hand to pat his head, but then I realized his eyes are rising to follow my hand. I lower my hand, looks down. I raise my hand, looks up. Is he looking at... I look at my hand, at the miniature camcorder. Right, I remember now. These kids here have never had contact with net and movies. They don't dare to talk with dolls, and how about baiting them with some things they'll find interesting? A bold plan takes shape in my heart, but before that I need to make them a few preparations. Oh, if you ask, then of course there's no problem. You can use any place you want in the village, as long as you don't disturb. Understood, I won't cause trouble at the town hall. Though I'd like to ask, why are those kids so averse to talking to me? Doesn't everyone in Zero Village welcome dolls? Oh, well, about that, you know, maybe, The main thing is that these kids are clueless, and we're afraid they'll disturb you. Zero Village has always welcomed dolls. Please don't take it to heart. We've already prepared a room for you. Feel free to spend the night. Thank you very much. Though I'm not quite used to it, being treated like this feels pretty good. Unfortunately, I have a prior arrangement. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind staying here for a few days.
次のストーリーの素材ゲットたい。
How rare a thing are bosom friends. Bosom friends.
相互フォローしない？あなたのためにライブの時間なの？見ていてくれ。彫刻刀を準備ならもうバッチリよ。勝利の法則はラスタが決める。
I just realized my mouse is flashing red, so I hope it doesn't die in the middle of the stream. Alright. Wait, where's our tank? You will be our tank then. You will go here, and you'll go here. Did you see the 404 figures that were... No, I haven't. Oh my. Andre, you're tempting me. But I have to continue the streams. Like, I'm sure they're really good. Which company made them? Do you know? Does anyone know of any other strange things happening? Well, I know. Last week, one of the thatched roof cottages in the village collapsed. We keep losing erasers in the school halls. The uncle next door is over 20 years old and still reads manga. Hey, wait. What does that make me then? Seems none of them are the spooky stories the script needs. Talk about something else or I won't screen any more movies for you. Oh, looks like she's got the kids to start talking. Hobby Max? Oh, they're pretty good. I mean, they're not Good Smile, but Good Smile makes more, I guess, what's considered mass production stuff. Hobby Max is probably pretty good, I think. The boy watches the movie intently. Oh, this is the good part. I wonder if he realizes it yet. Stop making noise while others are watching movies. Also, it doesn't seem that good to me. Ignore Zhang Yin and continue commenting. Yeah, Good Smile is more known for, like, you know, their Nindroids and their, what is it, their Poochies. They're known for, like, the stuff that's more affordable. But, like, they have a large selection. They announced a full squad with a new casual skin. Oh, shoot. Best Girl UMP4. Best Girl UMP40 included? Oh, really? Not 45, not 9, but like 40? Oh my goodness. UMP40 is like one of my favorite characters in the game. I'm so glad she still gets some art sometimes. So your plan was to screen free movies in the open air? How about that? As the saying goes, diamonds are made under pressure, no? Me acting as if I know what you're talking about. It's fine, just enjoy my enthusiasm. I really like her. Yeah, I really like UMP40. She's such a good girl. Like the reliable Onesan, who's like, what? The reliable, slightly older Onesan who's trying to keep it together. I like that type of character. Like the person who's like really unsure of themselves, but they're still trying their best because they know other people are relying on them. I like that kind of character. Just like how do I say this? It's like how when you know other people are depending on you, it elevates you, it makes you stronger. It's sort of like the power of friendship, right? It propels you beyond your limits. Just so happened that the camera could project movies, and I just so happened to have my favorite work stored on it. As I thought, the things built up over the years didn't betray me. Can't believe you actually did that. What's wrong, Professor? I heard they used to do that sort of thing for entertainment decades ago. You know, like playing open-air movies and the like. The problem is, the movie you screened. But Silent Mountain is one of my proudest creations. They called it a new wave in R15 movies. And you knew they were restricted for 15-year-olds and up. Were any of those kids even old enough to watch them? Well, the R15 classification is simply a concept brought up by the Film Censorship Board. Zero Village isn't under the government's jurisdiction, so it's perfectly legal. Oh my god, that's true though. Nobody actually follows these classifications, right? Nobody does. Everyone always just, you know, all the kids, they play M-rated video games, right? No one ever cared. Power of friendship, I get what I'm talking about. Agree with you, but I got don't laugh. Okay, the story is really sad, okay? The MP40's story is very, very sad. Okay, if you read her story, you would start crying. Plus, everyone liked it. How about it, if you want to watch them too? I happen to have a few good ones in mind. No, thank you. I'll focus on finishing this script first. Oh no, they're going to hack through the door with the axe. So scary. What is this? What is this? The Shining? So scary, so scary. I'll take just one more peek. Ugh, is that a zombie? Doesn't feel as bad, you know, as, you know, Elite Infected. These kids know what Elite Infected look like. You've never seen Elite Infected either, have you? Oh, I guess they haven't. Your basic question? Which was your question? I'm sorry if I missed it. Maybe it's because I have... Cynical Apple, you asked something? Oh, I probably missed it. You can go ahead and ask that again. Why you choose to become a VTuber? Oh. Huh. You know, you say that's a basic question, but that's like it's a pretty deep question depending on who you ask. Because these kids grew up in this day and age and they seem pretty enthusiastic about sensory thrills. Why I chose to become a VTuber? Why did I choose to become a VTuber? This is one of Cybermedia's trademark productions. Getting these kids fired up is a piece of cake. Why? Well... That's... Why did I choose to become a VTuber? It's time for the final battle. Well... There's two ways I could answer this. Well, one of them is that it's to put the skills that I learned to use. And that's like the practical part of it. And the other one is, well, I want to show people who I am. And that's like the more sentimental reasoning. I want people to see me. I hope that answers your question. Since it's still daytime, the light is pretty strong, so I had to find a wooden board and rig up a makeshift roof before using the camera's projection function to screen the movie on a nearby dirt wall. Thanks to the villagers' help, finding a place and the right materials went very well. The fast-paced BGM soon draws all the kids who are playing on the open field, and a few idle adults watch from the side with their hands planted on their waists. Giving me a slightly different answer. Now, the movie is close to its end. The surviving male and female leads flee to the mountain peak, their backs to a horde of monsters. And the next shot is a classic scene that sparked wild discussion on the internet. To be continued. Is that all? But there's no ending! That weirdo was right. Script writers are all lying hacks. I'm pissed. Right, that's it. Show's over. Time to go. How did you like it, everyone? Was it fun? Want to know what happens next? Yes! No problem. I promise you. If you answer my questions, I'll screen the sequel here tomorrow. Though they seem a little reluctant to do so. Most of the kids look at me with expectant eyes. Alright then, tell me stories about the village then. This is the beginning of the Zero Village Spooky Tales. The person who contributes the most gets a deluxe autographed copy of the movie. I know! I heard there are man-eating monsters in the forest, on the south side of the village. The people who live on the east side of the village can hear strange footsteps in the middle of the night. Same treatment we got for Spider-Man. Very good. Anyone else? And there's a severed arm that moves by itself in the open field sandpit. The guests who visit the village sometimes disappear. Oh, I can't say that. Kids who do nothing but eat and sleep will turn into pigs. Spirited Away? The kids end up spewing a bunch of stories. Some of them were used to scare them by the adults, while some of them sound pretty interesting. Still, it's going to be hard to make a script out of just these stories. How should I go further? Nothing you guys said counts as a secret. I know a big one. The town hall makes really weird noises at night. Nobody else told me this. I heard it myself. I asked my grandma about it, and she said the uncles who died in the war were working steel. Sala, you can't tell her that. Didn't Papa say it? You can't tell anyone about the town hall, or else the engineer will punish Papa. Cultured. Well, thank you. The boy seems to have realized something, because he immediately covers his mouth. Town hall? Engineer? This sounds interesting. I immediately write them down in my notebook. However, the boy refuses to say anything else, no matter how much I probe. I think, what is it? My throat's cleared up a little, so I can actually read it somewhat better now. Maybe I should have done a little bit more prologue reading. Or not reading, prologue talking. Before starting the story. I wouldn't have tripped up as much if I did. Just as I'm stuck on what to do next, I suddenly notice someone hiding in the shadows between the houses, looking my way. What are your pronouns? Feels weird asking. Oh. I am a boy. I'm a male. I'm a man. I am an otoko. I'm a danshi. So yeah. Sorry, it feels like there's some stuff in my throat. It'll go away eventually. That's the boy from earlier. Upon seeing me turn towards him, the boy shrinks back into the shadows, like a tortoise retreating into its shell. Huh? Why didn't he take part? Wasn't he interested in the camera? Don't tell me. According to the laws of cinema, any character whose behavior is markedly different from the others must surely be in possession of significant information. Though it seems strange to use such tropes in real life. Well then everyone, that's it for today's screening. See you here tomorrow, at the same place and at the same time. After putting away my gear, I run towards the direction where the kid fled. Oh, what's this? Does anyone know of any other strange things that have happened in the village? Oh wait, we read this already. Hey, wait! The kid doesn't look particularly athletic, but he's surprisingly fast. I don't dare slacken my pace as I rush towards him with huge strides. Green hair! Down we go! Huh. Thud. And then something trips me. Oh my, if it isn't the great cybermedia screenwriter, Nora. What's the rush? It's you again! By the time I get to my feet, there's no sign of the kid. Meanwhile, the culprit is leaning against the wall. One leg extended, with a wicked smile on her face. Oh, she's so cute. Look at her little fang! Oh, that's adorable. Okay, maybe you guys can't see it. She's got a fang. I don't know how to zoom in, but she has one. Just trust me. Lolly? I don't know if she's a lolly. I think she's just a short girl. It's that green hair again. Ever since I came here, she's been haunting me and causing problems for me non-stop. This is intolerable. This is absolutely intolerable. Are you done fooling around already, Zhang? Wait a minute. So the two of you actually knew each other? Didn't I mention it? No, or rather I couldn't tell at all. You always skipped over her every time she came up, so I thought she was a minor character whose only purpose was to die. My top 5 games. Let's see. What are my top 5 games? Shoot. My top 5 games. Metal Gear Solid 1. And these are in no particular order, of course. Metal Gear Solid 1. Crash Bandicoot. Probably Crash Bandicoot 3. 3, 4, and 5. All that comes to mind is War Thunder and League of Legends, but probably not those. Probably not those. Let's see. Metal Gear Solid 1. Crash Bandicoot 3. What else is there? What else is there? Oh my goodness, I've been so out of... It's been a while since I've played video games. Wait, what am I saying? What am I saying? I was playing video games last night. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know if I can name any besides those two right now. Mega Man X5, though I think I like X4 more these days. Zone of the Enders 2. And Resident Evil 4. Yeah, there you go. 5 games. That's right. Isn't that a sign of my good writing? Why do you look so smug about it? Fine then. I'll fill you in circumstances. League of Legends, are you still mentally okay? No. I have not been mentally okay for decades. Still, this wasn't a mistake on my part. Flashbacks are also a form of storytelling. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm old? I guess I am old, huh? I mean, I am a couple thousand years old, give or take. Let us turn the clock back to 3 weeks before my visit to Zero Village. I played none of the games on your list. I see. Well, I do recommend them. Though some of them might take a little bit of patience. I do recommend Crash Bandicoot though. I really like it. Feels great to not have any pressing deadlines for the time being. I lie down on the sofa in my room, leisurely listening to the sound of the TV broadcast. After totaling up the sales for the season, Silent Mountain clinches the top spot of the charts, as expected, with its BD sales volume overwhelming those of most other works. The facts have proven that after the cinema screening of her most recent movies, the fans' doubts about Nora's Farewell to Cat 3 movies were unnecessary. She is still highly dominant in this field. Yep, I should just record all this. Still, this style of movie hasn't managed to escape the specter of suspicion in broader audiences. Therefore, we're invited to several special guests to analyze it. Not this again. They praise me on one hand, and then mock me on the other to balance things out. Hardly anyone watches the stuff those old geezers make anyway. Might as well let them talk. I'm generous after. Next, we have the folklorist Zhang Yin Sensei give her analysis of this movie. I don't want to break my controller, and I'm playing Street Fighter 6 right now, and it's taking all of my time for it. Understandable. But Crash Bandicoot's pretty simple on the controller. You probably won't break your controller playing Crash Bandicoot. It's a very simple platformer. As an unexpected figure appears on the TV, I'm so shocked that I nearly slide off my sofa. Hello, Mr. Host and everyone. We welcome you, Zhang Yin Sensei. Now, everyone knows you're an expert folklorist, and Silent Mountain contains many elements of folklore. May we know how you... Frankly speaking, I think all that content is just forced together. This is... What is this, pain pecco? The feeling of being dead inside. For instance, the film shows a protagonist defeating zombies with Eastern paper talismans. But from what we see in the movie, the creatures hunting the protagonist are obviously Western-style zombies. From this crude handling of the subject matter, the writer's lack of care and diligence towards researching the subject matter is plainly visible. Therefore, saying that Silent Mountain is a way to market folklore knowledge would be extremely inappropriate. It also causes unnecessary misunderstandings for us folklore researchers. What the hell do you know? My, what a cutting critique. I wonder what Nora Sensei would think if she heard it. Her? She'd probably yell, "What the hell do you know?" Okay, I love her. I love her so much. Okay, she's great. when your friend's whole purpose in life is to make yours impossible. So you're saying that you're familiar with Nora-sensei then, Zangian-sensei. Oh yes, she visited me in the name of collecting material while she was writing the treatment for Kisaragi Ghost Train. The treatment, I think that's the script. And we've been in on and off contact ever since. I also learned quite a lot thanks to her. Oh, how so? She made me realize there really were people in this world who didn't seek a thorough understanding of the subject, which helped me a lot in conceptualizing the thought patterns of primitive tribal cultures. Look at her face! Oh my god. Don't you dare look down on me! I call up Zangian without any hesitation. Hello? The earpiece plays the sound of a voice that never fails to be annoying, no matter how many times I listen to it. However, the Zangian on the TV screen is still seated primly and properly. It's a pre-recorded show. What else could it be? Do you think I'd take your calls during a live stream? Wouldn't that be giving you free publicity? Though all things considered, this TV show is going to blow up your visibility anyway. Quiet, you! So, what is it? Don't tell me you called just to complain about the TV show. And why can't I do that? Isn't it because you gave an atrocious review? Oh my, this is rare. Don't you have a submission due today? Or are you finally unemployed? I finished my script long ago. Don't tell me it's one of those formulaic cookie-cutter scripts. I bet the person who invented algorithms wouldn't have expected that people would be using it 100 years later to write stories of zombie-biting humans. So they do know about ChatGPT. Oh my gosh, Nora, you're using ChatGPT to write your scripts for you. You were literally built to write scripts and then you still offload it to an algo. How are you any better using them as spout rubbish? But it's not rubbish though. I'm sincerely pointing out your flaws. If you keep using the trendy elements to pander to the likes of the masses, then you'll be a dull scriptwriter forever. Well, what else could I be? Could I ascend to heaven? I know what you're thinking, you nerd. You're just annoyed that I'm touching on your field of expertise. Let me tell you this, I'm not using them because I have to. They're just trending topics, right? I can write scripts even without them. Just giving the doyagao. Like the take that. As if. Says who? Do you want to bet on it? You're just going to welch on it when you lose anyway. Hell no. I'll write a blockbuster hit script in 1 month without copying. I mean, without copying. Without referencing popular topics that you can search up on the net. How about that? Yeah, I feel like that's what happens with a lot of writers. They go to the countryside, they ask like about the local folklore, and they just write it down word for word, and they put it in their stories. Sounds like a guaranteed win for me. Shut up. Do you or do you not accept that bet? The odds so far in my favor, of course. My favor. Favor? What's favor? In my favor? Of course I'm going to accept. And what will you do if you can't do it in a month? Then...
で、もう上がってよかと?
Alright. 3 weeks later. We're seated beside the road, leading to Zero Village. Our faces covered in dirt. That was a waste of an hour. It was your fault for saying unnecessary things. Indeed, it was my fault for trying to debate someone like you, who pushes all responsibility off onto others. After all, someone like you would simply choose not to record the fact that you made a bet at all if you lost it. As if, I'd never do something like that. I'm forthright and open in all things. Like, how do I say this? Zangian's mean, but she's telling the truth. Nora is like completely in denial. Yep, I didn't intentionally omit that. It was simply because I ran out of writing paper. So tell me, why are you here? Didn't you say something along the lines of not needing references for your screenplays? I said I wouldn't get trendy material off the net. Going out for a walk by myself, that should be fine, right? Really now? You don't look like you're taking in the scenery so much as hiding from your creditors. Didn't I tell you to drop that nonsense? Who can I hide from anyway? Why do I hear so much noise coming from my roof? I'm being attacked. I think the polar bear is back. Don't tell me you've already given up on the bet and ran out here because you were afraid I'd call you out? You sure have a vivid imagination. Who's a screenwriter here anyway? Cynical? What the heck? Weren't you doing a Duolingo class? Or Duolingo lesson? Then you're playing Street Fighter and now you're doing calisthenics? I do live in the Arctic. I do live in the Arctic, you know? Alright, quit taking notes. Don't worry. I'm sure my walls and my big huge glass window can deal with it. I can scare it out. I can scare it away later if needed. How is that any of your business? It's really sad how you scribble notes when you can't win an argument. Well, like, I just can't be bothered to get into it with you. I'm not as free as you are, seeing as how you can spare time to follow me into godforsaken places like this just to mock me. Have you forgotten already? I came here a day before you did. He might well be right. Wait a minute, then how did you know I'd come here? Oh, unlike you, I don't just pound the pavement. There's only a precious few mountain villages with strange stories surrounding them, so all I had to do was guess which one you might be interested in. Since when was I so easy to read? Well, once I figured out what you wanted, the rest was just waiting for an opportunity to fall into my lap, right? Wait, she really just came here just to mock her? Okay, that's pretty based. I can read between the lines. I don't just pound the pavement. She might sound like she's mocking me for not catching that boy, but she's actually giving me a hint. Now, even if she is giving me a hint, there's no way she'd be doing it with good intentions. At the very least, she's doing it to show off her grasp over the human heart. What's wrong? You've got a moronic expression on your face. Oh, it's nothing. Just seeing your awkward face gave me some inspiration. People with such a high degree of unwarranted self-importance like yourselves shouldn't have any friends, right? So if it comes to waiting for something to fall into your lap, you'd have to aim for that point. Hey, don't lump me and that kid into the same category of people. The boy watches the movie intently. Oh, this is a good part. I wonder if he realizes it yet. Stop making noise while others are watching movies. Also, it doesn't seem that good to me. The group of idle villagers is back again. Why don't you relax and take a load off, dear guests? Why don't you come back to our place and have a rest? We'll take real good care of you, you know. They're acting very friendly, but they don't seem to be good people. Flatly refuse. You gotta have a friend like Zangyan. Yeah. Well, I am that friend, so... That friend is me.
所詮は長中まつぎ取るに足りませんね。運命に震えてうなり強風奏でよ剣。
Like, she planned it, and she's like, okay, I'm gonna, you know, was it Nora challenged me to this bet, so I'll just, you know, figure out where she's gonna go, and I'll go there before her so I can laugh at her as she arrives. That's pretty messed up. Oh, my tank just got one-shotted. That's no good. I feel sorry for your friends. Don't be. Don't be sorry. Oh jeez.
筆を持って刀とす。君は主を伏せよ。
Oh, that wasn't good. What do I do? My tank got one-shotted. That's really not good. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Actually, I don't think there's anything I can do. Let's try doing this instead. Oh hey. It didn't get exploded instantly. There we go. We return to where we were screening movies just now and play a new one. After some coercion from me, Zangyan half-heartedly helps me sort out the seating plan. Her pet snake, Little C, obediently guards the screening location and scares off the villagers who attempt to mess with the projector. Soon, the open-air theater is back in business. Hey, that lying screenwriter is back. Oh. That lying screenwriter is back. Are you showing the sequel now? Didn't you say you were going to do it tomorrow? Screening the sequel tomorrow? She certainly has a lot of guts to say that. This movie only just hit the theaters recently. I hurriedly cover Zangyan's mouth. It's like this. I need to leave the village tonight because something suddenly came up. Can't show the sequel tomorrow. What are my hobbies? I like to learn new songs. I like to learn how to sing songs. I like to build Gundam models, I guess. There was a point in time where I liked to draw. But I don't do it anymore. But to make up for that, I'll show my debut picture. Another famous movie called Kisarage Ghost Train. And there was also a time that I enjoyed hiking, but I also don't do that anymore. I suppose these days it's quite boring. Oh, maybe I should go swimming. Like, even though it is summertime, and it's kind of warm in the Arctic, the water is still pretty cold. So there won't be zombies in it? Ghosts sound pretty interesting too. Do karaoke on Twitch? I do. Oh, I used to do it every stream. But I had to stop after a little. I had to stop around December for health reasons. But I've been trying to get back into it recently. I'll be leaving tonight, and there won't be any stops after this village. This is the last time we're screening movies like this. Hello there, Chibity, how's it going? Long time no see. I repeat the same spiel like a rag and bone picker. Soon, a long queue forms again. Apologies, I'm a YouTube exclusive viewer. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I don't expect people to change platforms just for me. Don't push everyone. Line up and take your seats. You're really bad at handling kids. Says the one who's hiding in a corner by herself and doesn't even dare to get close. Do you even have the right to criticize me? Kids are entirely unreasonable creatures. I've decided to adopt a live and let live attitude with them. Sang-yin, please! I mean, I guess it's better off that you're not near any of the children. Julie knows how to use both her good and bad points to show off. See, even if your bad points are bad points, you can still portray yourself in a way that makes you look good. The movie screening begins. As expected, the kids soon grow tired of it. So lame. The zombies were cooler. I feel like we're losing out here without free popcorn. While this is somewhat annoying, it is my debut work, and it's slower paced than my usual stuff, so it's not suitable for youngsters. Yes, it's annoying, but kids have never been good at focusing in the first place. And nobody would want to watch 2 movies back to back. Plus, I'm not the sort of person who lets myself get angered by a child's thoughtless words, even though I am just a tiny bit pissed off. That's a lot of words to react in reaction to some children. I remember following you, but I must have had some bad timing stream-wise. Yeah, I've not been too consistent either. YouTube streams have been... I usually only do them on Saturdays, and I'm a little bit inconsistent about what time I start them. But I'm trying to do them around noon time Pacific these days. I was away for like 2 months too. Oh hey Dank, how have you been doing? Oh, rather than just burn with anger, why don't you burn those scripts of yours? Everything she says is a diss. Can it? As I give Zhang-yin a righteous smiting, I observe the kids as they watch the movie. There are clearly fewer of them than before, but the boy still isn't among them. Also, those are indeed some badonkers on Nora, right? Some real honking honkers, some real honking badonkers. Some real badongas. Okay, then I'll keep playing movies. After the ghosts, it's zombies again. After the zombies, it's back to ghosts. I'll keep screening until he comes. My god. Do you only have zombies and ghosts in your repertoire? Watch the Corgay beat Resident Evil 2. Oh, nice. Is that the new one or the like old one? I've not seen anyone play the original PSX Resident Evil. So you only had 2 movies with you. Who carries so many movies with them when they head out? I'm not a DVD vendor or something. The new one. Ah, I see. The sky grows dim and the sun goes down. Many of the village's adults come over to bring their kids home dinner. Yeah, Resident Evil 4's new combat system is nice and all, but I feel like they really missed out on a lot of opportunities for storytelling. I would have liked to see more of the horror elements that they showed off in the last segment of the game. Like in that last hallway. I would have liked to see more of that in the actual game, but they didn't do it. I was a little bit disappointed at that. Don't think I've seen Girls Frontline gameplay before. Blue Archive and Azur Lane. Well, Girls Frontline combat's kind of a dinosaur. Like, people don't realize it, but Girls Frontline was 2 or 3 years behind schedule. So by the time it released in North America, or by the time it released in English, it was already outdated. Right. This one's a little bit more up to date. Hardly anyone is left in the empty lot after dark. A couple of idle villagers look over at us every now and then, but apart from them, the only people here are the lonely zombies on the silver screen, trying to scare a non-existent crowd. Yeah, for Mika Team games, for Girls Frontline and even for this game, you're playing the game so it can read the story. Mika Team games are like visual novels with a game attached to it. Whereas something like Genshin and Honkai is a video game that happens to have a story. Like, not to diss MiHoYo, but their stories are kind of boring. Their stories are kind of really boring. I'm getting tired. You haven't written a single word of your script yet. How can you get tired so soon? It's most tiring when you haven't written a single word, you just don't get it. Still, this is fine too. They said that in the old days, people rose with the sun and rested when it set. Maybe these people are doing the same way too. And if that kid's gone to sleep, then there's no point waiting for him. Might as well go get some sleep yourself. Don't make me out to be as lazy as you. I was prepared to pull an all-nighter when I came here. Why do you think it's called waiting for an opportunity to fall into your lap? I don't think that's how it works. Be quiet. What's this? Someone rejects what you said and you don't let them speak? No, you'd best get your lap ready because here comes the opportunity. I look where Zhang Yin is pointing. In the distance, a familiar face is peering at us. Like, see, Zhang Yin, despite all her dissing, is still a friend, right? She's not gonna expose Nora. She's still in on it, right? He instinctively shrinks back the moment he notices we're looking, but in the end he nods and then steps forward, as though he's made up his mind. I hear Blue Archive has a pretty decent story, and I know Nikkei for sure has pretty good writing. Like, I can't say for Nikkei's overarching stories and themes, but like, the individual stories are really nice in Nikkei. Gotta go. Hope you have a good stream and good night or good day. Alright, see you around, Cynical Apple. Are you guys still screening movies? Sure we are. Sure we are. As long as there's an audience, we'll stay in business. Will you ever play Souls games? Oh yeah, I played Elden Ring actually on Twitch. I guess I could play a Souls game on YouTube as well. Though Souls games take a long time, so I'm not sure if I wanted... I'll have to think about it. I don't want my YouTube streams to go on too long. Oh, Nikkei, that was the other one I was trying to think of. Yeah, Nikkei. Nikkei has some surprisingly very good... I don't know about like overarching story, but like their character writing is nice. It makes you feel. The way that they write their characters makes you really feel for them. They really, they like to do gut punches, emotional gut punches, or just like stuff that makes you go like, oh, wow, wow. But overall, I think it's a lot more lighthearted than Neurocloud. Neurocloud really hits you with the tears. What do you want to watch? The new movie's over, so I'm just screening over the original Silent Mountain on loop. Do you usually do this? You mean screening movies? Nah, I usually just work on screenplays most of the time. This is special treatment just for you. How about it? Are you touched? As long as you... Your charity is impure. I can't believe you're even going after children. Just look at what you're saying. Still better than a certain freeloader who just hides in a corner without doing anything. Did you even buy a ticket? Oh please, shouldn't you be paying me to watch a stinker like this film? Oh, the back and forth. This is surprising character work from a game with so much butt jiggle, right? Why you? The boy laughs, and he seems much less reserved compared to how he was at first. Nora and Zhang Yin both shut up at once in response to the boy's laughter. I'm not making fun of you guys. I just think that dolls aren't as scary as the adults make them out to be. Huh? How old is that bias of yours anyway? You could say that using a half-baked production as to sabotage a normal person's aesthetic sense is pretty scary in a way. Rather than my productions, it's your opinions that are half-baked, aren't they? Why you? I'd like to watch it. Surprisingly enough, the boy interrupts Zhang Yin. Could you show it to me? That movie, Silent Mountain. Of course. Here's a ticket. Hand it to Miss Theater Attendant over there. Miss Theater Attendant. Fine. And she plays with it too. She plays along. With both mine and the boy's eyes urging her on, Zhang Yin reluctantly takes the role of an usher and settles the boy down. Oh, that's pretty sweet.
次のストーリーの素材ゲットたい。
That's really sweet. To be continued. Oh my god. What? Seriously? Alright. Twist. Evil lurks in deserted villages. Yeah, and also stray dogs. Yeah, there's a lot of wildlife in deserted villages. I would not recommend wandering around those sorts of places. Let's see. Just in case, I'll bring Croc. The boy watches the movie intently. Oh, wait. No wonder it's so hot right now. Give me a second. Oh, it is extremely hot in here right now. I don't know what I'll do come August. I might not be able to stream because even if I can handle the heat, I feel like my computer is gonna have issues. My iPhone's gonna have issues. The boy watches the movie intently while Zangyan and I trade jibes at each other. Behind him. Ah, I want to protect everyone, even if I have to sacrifice myself to do it. Zangyan lowers her voice and imitates the male lead's tone as she mimes his lines with a perfectly straight face. A mountain boy living an ordinary life takes up arms, gradually becoming a great hero who protects his village and leads his friends to safety. Why are such cliched stories so marketable? You could pull anyone off the street and they could write something to you. They could write you something like that. You think everything's so easy, but that's just an amateur's perspective. If someone with your review writing abilities could produce even a half-baked screenplay, I would be lighting joss sticks and thanking your NeuroCloud's designer. I may not have written a script before, but I've seen my fair share of mass-produced prose in the industry. To think his first movie would be one of your works. This kid is really unfortunate, in more ways than one. It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit that feels like 100. Oh no. I don't know if you're in Fahrenheit or Celsius. I'm in Celsius. So, let's see. Yeah. Damn, that's bad. That's bad. That's really bad. What you're experiencing right now. I don't know how much it feels, but I know for a fact that my room is 30 degrees Celsius. So that's about like 86 Fahrenheit? 86, 87 Fahrenheit. Or, yeah. It's quite humid where I am. It's quite humid here. There's not a lot of breathing. There's no wind because, you know, all of my windows are closed. That's not great. As in, that's bad. It is bad. Yeah. Yeah, we're both baking. Your reviews are the real boilerplate rubbish. The problem is that, like, it's not even that hot yet. Once it gets hotter, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Your reviews are the real boilerplate rubbish here. You fake neutrality with an objective tone, then twist the plot and distort the facts to slander the script. It's the exact same process each time. Oh! Well, it's not like I can help it, given the lack of variety and all the flaws you reveal. Also, it's not distorting the facts, as there's basis for every word I say. The protagonists she designs are hollow and unrealistic. How is that not slander? When you write a protagonist with such a background and insist on having them be single-mindedly devoted to righteousness and justice, how is that hollow and unrealistic? Is it wrong to fight for justice? The movie has been over for some time now, and the boy is standing behind. They've been arguing for like 2 hours. And the boy's just like standing there watching these two knuckle-headed robots. Knuckle-headed robot onesans just bickering amongst each other. The movie has been over for some time now, and the boy, yeah. Naturally, Zhang Ying can't speak as thoughtlessly in front of him as she does to me. The face and makeup on Zhang Ying makes me think she'd have oh voice, right? You know, she'd do a lot of desuas, right? She does give that appearance, doesn't she? But her expression is not really a, I know, Jo-sama expression. Like, the expressions she makes are not really Jo-sama expressions. It's not wrong, but people like that are very unnatural. Though as a folklorist, you get that sort of impression, huh? Typically, if you're doing something, you know, as eclectic as folklore, you'd have to be pretty well off. Characters who insist on upholding justice, even when others reject them, come across as far too removed from reality, without proper build-up and fleshing out. But all the cool Nissans in movies do it. The boy turns to look at the scrolling credits on the screen. He believed in what he was doing, and didn't even complain when his friends abandoned him. He gave everything he had, and was repaid for it at the end. He was an example of justice. Is that really unrealistic? Zhang Yin and I unconsciously exchange looks. Endings like these are rare in reality. Still, the probability isn't zero. She's being all serious. She's not like sugarcoating it for the kid. Many folk tales are about heroes. That proves that although not everyone can be a hero, someone will eventually become one. Yeah, as a folklorist, right? She's probably seen a lot of, you know, stories about heroes. There's also like a lot of stories that tell children not to wander into gingerbread houses owned by strange old ladies in the middle of the forest. Because people will always need heroes. The boy looks down in silence, as though he's thinking about something. Frankly speaking, Silent Mountain is just a work of fiction. Whether or not you cling to justice, whether or not to become a hero, that's just too complicated for a screenwriter to worry about. All we care about is if the story is interesting. Yeah, that's all that matters. If it's not fun, why bother? As my good old friend Reggie says, if it's not fun, why bother? I know there's an intentional classification system for fairy tales, since so many are similar. Yeah, I had to research that stuff in the past, and it was hell. The classification system doesn't make any sense. They call it a science, but I don't think you can really call it that. It was trying to look for anything with it is impossible. It's just too difficult. I did not enjoy looking through all the catalogs for that classification system. It was, especially since it's very much based on Western ideas of what is it, mythologies. It doesn't work so well when you try to apply it to East Asian stuff, or even just Asian stuff in general. We're the ones who bring you the story. You should be the one to make a decision about it. Do you think the convictions I presented on the movie screen were meaningful? Do you think this brand of justice is worth living up to? I'm sure you can find the answer to that yourself. To think the day that would come when I'd hear something meaningful coming from your mouth. I'm seeing you in a different light now. Likewise, I thought you'd just mindlessly smear me to the end. Turns out Little Miss Critic actually has a conscience. My issue is only with your methods, not your themes. It would truly be a shame if a perfectly decent set of moral values are ruined by how you stitch them together. It's your sense of aesthetics which is ruined. As he watches a brand new round of arguments about to unfold, the boy suddenly raises his head and stops us. I want to tell you something. He seems much more confident than before. His eyes make me realize that something important is coming. Hang on, I'll go get a pen and paper. I knew you were special from the start. Every move you made told me there was a great story in you. Come, I'm ready. Mind your image, or else you might be disappointed when you get nothing after getting your hopes up. The stories about people going missing in the village are true. The secret is, in the town hall, inside, the engineer has... My hand shudders as I take his words down, and the tip of my pen stops at the keyword I noted down earlier. Oh no! Oh no! It's an adult. I need an adult. There's one right there. Oh my, what are you talking about? That's so exciting. It's very late, Miss Scriptwriter, and while everyone respects you, it's bad to disturb others' rest. Tsuki-chan, come here. The boy's body trembles as he is called. He looks toward us, as though he wants to say something else. The engineer will be back soon. Tsuki-chan, you don't want to cause him trouble now, do you? I understand. The boy covers his mouth and walks dejectedly towards the woman. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. That does not sound good at all. I actually don't know what dialect that's supposed to be. Hey, Zhang Yin, remember that rumor about how everyone who goes near the town hall vanishes? ... Zhang Yin? Answer me, don't tell me you really vanished. Number of deployable dolls -1. Bam, I was just scaring you. Oh, don't play pranks like that. Only 4 dolls, maybe. Oh no, I'm getting hit with the debuffs. This is footage from the first night of Zero Village investigation record. You know, in horror movies, the people who make such films usually end up dead. I'll make sure I film your death from multiple angles. Yeah. Three households. Night watch, 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Night watch numbers 2. Well, when you describe it that way, it doesn't sound like an ordinary village anymore. Do you need an illustration, Professor? I even drew a map on the back. Right, I'll take a picture of it so the professor can look at it anytime they want. Sure, when did you turn up, Willow? No news can escape this ace reporter. I came over when I heard you discussing about Zero Village just now. How come you know all about Zero Village? Do you guys like urban legends that much? Another waifu. Wait, Professor, don't you know about this? Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for some husbandos to show up in the stories. You know? Just one? Please? I heard that before the disconnect. Zero Village was a hot topic because of a young director who was born there, filmed a tell-all picture about. Willow, I'm not spoiling the plot is a virtue. Just let the professor finish reading it first. It's 3 a.m. and everything is ready. I turn on the camera, point it to myself, and speak quietly. This is the first night of the Zero Village observation diaries. After organizing the information I've collected since entering the village, and the reminder from the boy, I've already decided on my first stop for clarifying the truth of those stories, the town hall. Most of the obstacles in my way have already been removed, except for a certain albatross around my neck that has been particularly difficult to shed. I know Arknights has men and women. I don't really like its aesthetics. You don't like your furries? What, you're saying you don't like furries? I like the outfits. I like the techwear outfits. Though it feels like as of late they've been losing a little bit of inspiration and they've become too samey. Don't think I can tell you that you're Don't think I can't tell that you're bad-mouthing me. Of course, the bad-mouthing wouldn't have gone to waste if you hadn't picked up on it. Like, this game has a lot of techwear aesthetics as well, but it seems to blend it pretty well with casual wear, which is what I really like. Zangin is still acting as casually as ever, despite the circumstances, and laying on the snark. However, I have a broader perspective and decide not to get into it with her. You have some nerve to be saying that. Actually, speaking of husbandos, I think I can go back and read Python's story, so I'll be doing that next week probably. I look at the lens, with it pointing to the way ahead, and together we walk step by step through the shadows of the buildings. There's a blind spot for the windows, so we probably won't be exposed right away, even if someone isn't sleeping and is looking around outside. Oh, you know, this angle looks really cool. Furries I'm good on. My impression of Arknight is that it's very colorless. Oh, that makes sense. Zero Village's architecture has always been pretty old, and the 3 AM moonlight makes it look like a work of art. Just looking at this scene makes me think of several dozen great horror films, and the fact that I'm actually holding a camera makes it even more immersive. We're here on business, aren't we? Don't get distracted. I'm the only one here on business. I'm here to get inspiration for a screenplay. What are you here for? Researching folklore. That sounds way more decent than what I'm doing. No, I can't let her beat me in legitimacy. Folklore research. It sounds pretty enough, but what we're doing is going against their practices. Research requires a calm, objective viewpoint, so such methods aren't exactly non-existent. I mean, you're only here because you were bothered by what that boy said. No need to look for excuses. Wasn't it the same for you? You said you were looking for inspiration, but then you wanted to secretly visit that kid before setting out. If I didn't know any better, I'd have thought you were planning to jump his bones! It is my Onishoda fantasies! Ah! It's just like my Onishoda manga. I was just worried about him, though we didn't manage to find him in the end. I'd advise you to be quiet. See, you're so worked up now that you can't even hide the sound of your footsteps. Who's worked up? You're the one pretending to be calm, but you're more scared than I am, aren't you? I can already hear your footsteps. Huh? You heard it too? Oh, there it is! There it is, the precious snake! There it is, the precious... Oh, this is what I live for. Oh my god, look at her face. Oh, she's so adorable. When her charisma breaks. No, wait, that sound probably isn't our footsteps. We exchange looks and then simultaneously come to a halt. Thud, 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 thud. The monocle gives her extra onesan points, right? The sounds are dull and irregular. I can't tell if it's the wind or if someone's walking. The thing is, why are there so many people walking around outside here? Thud, thud, thud. The sounds gradually move further away. Hey, Zhang-yin, do you think that's... As I turn around to speak to Zhang-yin, a low noise comes from behind me, and I nearly jump out of my skin. It's the sound of footsteps. I'm fully confident of it now, after hearing it at such close range. Zhang-yin, did you hear that just now? They're footsteps, and it sounds like there are a lot of them. Maybe the guards came back. Should we go back first? Zhang-yin? And Zhang-yin is standing stock still. Those green eyes that are usually so annoying are narrowly constricted, like a snake that's been stepped on. Oh, she's so cute. Hello? Zhang-yin, are you alright? Before I can finish, Zhang-yin covers my mouth and drags me into the shadow of a nearby building. Shh. What did she see? Guys, what did she see? Hey Zangyan, what did you see just now? Keeping quiet again? Come on. The same trick gets stale if you pull it twice. Quit messing around. This is serious, Zangyan. Number of dolls -1. Oh no. And there was no gotcha this time. Oh no. This is not good. This is really not good. Wait, so are you playing as Nora or is there an MC? There is an MC. The MC is the professor. You can see the professor here and here. This is me. But this is a character event, so the professor doesn't have a lot of. Basically we're playing as the professor, reading, watching a flashback in the form of a novel, or in the form of a script. So the professor is not physically here. He's just reading. So we need our tank. And we'll just have our fighter here. Have you here. Here. Oh wait. You. Oh, yeah, you're fine. This is fine. But yeah, auto chess. Because I can't stand to play team fight tactics. This is my favorite character, Kuro. She's very much like Zangyan. But she's more bratty, not as intelligent. Her whole shtick is that she was... she had AI learning. Her AI learning module was fed internet memes. And so she's a shit poster. She's the physical manifestation of shit posting. Zangyan, however, is just more snark. After being dragged a good distance away by Zangyan, we run into an alley between two houses near the town hall, then make ourselves as small as possible to avoid being noticed. A cloud drifts past, blocking the moonlight, and we are also swallowed by the shadows. Some time passes, but the sound of footsteps doesn't reach us. Looks like we're safe for now. Yes, she's a walking shitpost. Oi, Zangyan, you owe me an explanation after we've come this far, right? What did you see earlier? I saw something with a huge amount of data around it. I think I know what's going on with the story surrounding this village. Tell me then. Leaving a story half told is just asking for it. But you saw it too, didn't you? The camcorder should have filmed it. As if, do you expect me to play back the footage here? A sound of footsteps suddenly appears, and we immediately shut up. The footsteps grow distant, and I breathe a heavy sigh. Zangyan? Just as I'm about to relax, I find that Zangyan is gone. What happened? Is she messing with me again? Or did she meet with some kind of danger? No. If she were messing with me, she'd make a bigger spectacle of it. Pretending to go missing isn't the style of that showy woman. Could she have been captured by the owner of those footsteps? People who go near the town hall go missing? Could there be an ounce of truth to that story? I glance at the still recording camera, and the impulse is to laugh at myself fills me. To think the events would have actually developed like this were a movie plot. Hello everyone, this is the second half of the Zero Village observation log. The time is now 3:30 AM. As you just saw, the stories are all turning out to be true. Even that annoying green hair has disappeared. If ghosts or whatever do exist, then well done on the last one. Now then, what should I do next? If I carry on ahead, I might very well be the next one to go missing. But if I run off like this, that green hair will probably laugh at me in my dreams. I don't know what she saw, but I don't know what that was behind me. But this spooky atmosphere makes me very... The sound of footsteps fills the air again, and I have no choice but to leave my hiding place and quickly pick a new direction to go. Well, I'd like to say that this creepy encounter is really exciting, considering that I have had no material to work with so far. This situation is just too scary. If there really is a monster out there, please go look for that green hair instead of me. After all, the fact is that I wouldn't have come to a place like this to collect material if she hadn't egged me on. Heck, I might even be enjoying myself in the comfortable room. This is such a pain. I should be glad to part ways with one of my hecklers. So why am I so panicked now? Oh no, it's getting closer. Someone save me. As I go around the town hall, and I look up and see a ventilation window. I guess the only thing I can do is duck inside. I raise my hands and try to grab the edges of the window, but just then, a powerful numbing sensation spreads from the back of my head. I feel all control over my body being snatched away, and then the world turns upside down. Oh no, she's been caught. Oh, we're boxed in. We are really boxed in. Tonight, cargo, engineer, 2 more. Those villagers guarding the town hall seem to be talking about something. Want to get closer and listen in? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Okay, now I'm just like randomly taking abilities. There's a sand pit near the town hall. It looks like it's used to dump material waste. However, it looks like someone threw a tubular object in there. Could it be that crawling severed arms really do exist? Go over and find out. Okay, we'll get this and that and this and that. So the girls still guns in this game. Nora and Zangian sound more normal games. Okay, so the way this game works is that Girls Frontline is set in 2064, and this game is set in a flashback, or more specifically, it's set in the system backup of a computer server from 2058. So this is about 5 or 6 years before. Oh wait, no, it's 2060. So it's set like 4 years before Girls Frontline as a flashback. And basically, all the characters are robots, right? They're all robots. They're all robots called dolls, and they're all working civilian sector jobs. And that's the what do you call it? The Gijinka part of this game is that every character has a specific profession. And in Girls Frontline 1, they are recruited from their civilian jobs into a mercenary company. And those guns are just their code names. The names that they have here are their actual names. In Girls Frontline 2, it'll be the same. They'll be using their actual names in Girls Frontline 2. I knew it. At this point, I'm certain that it really is the same Zero Village. So we're in the Matrix in this one? Basically, we're in the Matrix. Spoilers. Feels like I'm the only one who's in the dark here. Yeah, that's me. It's all your fault for not paying attention to the news, Professor. So the professor is a researcher, but like the player character is still the same player character from Girls Frontline. We're just logging in to this server. We're logging into the Matrix using the professor's account, so everyone thinks we're the professor, even though we're actually still the commander from Girls Frontline. By the way, have you seen the trailers for Girls Frontline 2? And the professor has or not the professor, the commander has male and female voices. Like Girls Frontline 2 I think it's gonna be fully voice acted, so that'll be pretty nice. Alright, I'll pay attention to it in the future. Since you don't know about it, then naturally it's all for the best. Actually, since you've insisted on reading this far, I wanted to play a game with you, Professor. A game? What kind of game? Nora doesn't answer. Instead, she produces an ink-stained brush from behind her back and lightly whisks it over the sheet of paper. You haven't seen it? Oh, you should go look at it at some point. They released some more gameplay trailers today. Once I regain control of privileges over my body, I spend a few seconds adjusting my visual stimulation sensors. There are faint rays of light visible. I can feel damp air, and then I see metal bars. She's been kidnapped. Or doll-napped. By the time I react to this, I realize I've been thrown into a huge metal cage, like a piece of luggage. Where is this place? This cell suits a third-rate scriptwriter like you very well. Zhang Yin. My eyes go wide as I stare at the doll outside the cage. Are you so shocked that I'm here? Zhang Yin, you got caught too? There's another jail cell opposite to this one. Zhang Yin is sitting there with one leg crossed over the other. She seems to be very used to her surroundings. What do you mean too? I was caught first. That isn't anything to be proud of, is it? Aren't you supposed to be the smart one? How could you have ended up in the same situation as me? Civilization naturally appears weaker in the face of savagery. It's hardly a failure on my part. See, even when bad things happen to her, she still uses it to elevate herself. It's all about portrayal. In this case, she's civilized and whoever kidnapped her is savage. Well, it looks like they didn't treat you too badly if you're able to muster up that kind of energy. So where is this place? Can't you crawl in here of your own accord? So you're saying we're inside the hall? Yep, look over there. Zhang Yin pouts and glances to the side, indicating that I should look up. It is only then that I realize the true nature of this place. The two of us seem to be in some kind of cellar. There are walls on all sides, with only the connection being upstairs being a metal trapdoor. The area surrounding the cells is dirty and messy, and parts can be seen discarded everywhere, while the air is heavy with the combined smell of rotting meat and machine oil. Why is there rotting meat in here? Hey, is that a cyclops? Meanwhile, they view the trapdoor above. It's the complete opposite. There are neat rows of chairs facing a solemn-looking stage. Though it all looks a little old, it's easy to see that their new owner is still taking care of all this. Zhang Yin and UMP45 together would be dangerous. Smug levels never reached before, right? It looks like a cyclops, but a little bit different maybe? And there's a figure sitting on the right side of the old stage. What's that? Well, I'm not totally sure. I'm fairly certain that it's the Zero that the villagers hold in such high regard. Yeah, but I feel like UMP45 probably has Zhang Yin beat. Zhang Yin lost her cool. She lost her cool already. But UMP45 doesn't really show any weaknesses.
さてさて、次のモデル必殺キーボードクラッシュ。はあ、しょうもな。
Like, MDR is not really smug, she's just a brat. Zangin's more smug with brattishness. Right? Brattiness. Brattishness? What the heck is brattishness? So that's 0? I squint and try to peer at the figure. It has a humanoid silhouette, while its head is lowered and lit from the rear, making it very difficult to see its face. Even so, it's fairly easy to tell that it does not have a fully featured face. Also, its torso is composed of steel bars and metal cables. Its torso composed of steel bars and metal cables betray its era of production. Hey, by 0, do you mean... Yep. A Zero who saved the village was probably just an antique without a neurocloud. An ordinary old-school robot, abandoned by the military. These fights are like 20 seconds. They are. Well, this is just a character event, so the battles are really easy. My characters are all pretty much maxed out. So the legend of Zero helping the village with everything was. And I also don't want to, you know, actually play the hard levels on stream. It would just take forever. It was probably under orders from that engineer fellow. Old school robots like this can't carry out complex decision making. So saying that it did everything it was told was very appropriate. So you're saying that the villagers can't tell old school robots apart from contemporary dolls? Well, that makes sense. After all, this place doesn't even have internet access. Not just that, they had very little contact with dolls too. I mean, they treated us as human beings when we first came to the village, right? They couldn't tell the difference because they haven't had much contact with dolls. So this Zero was just a political symbol then. A role model for the engineer propped up to unite the villagers. Not really. I think they're truly grateful to it. I mean, when you came, it was treated as a good sign, right? How do you know that? How do you know that? You were stalking me, weren't you? I can't be bothered to do all that. It was little C that saw it. Her little snake. When she can't come up with a reason, she pushes all the blame onto that pet snake of hers. Okay, so we're their lucky star. But then why lock us up? There's a limit to how stupid one can be, don't you get it yet? She presses her tongue on her teeth and sucks in a breath, hissing like a snake would, like this. Listen up. All these people here, with the exception of the engineer, are all refugees who've never been on the web before, right? So they don't know how dolls work or what they need. Meanwhile, Zero, who helped build the village, is an unfeeling tin can. So what they feel for dolls is simply what they feel for a tool. The adults treat us decently, but the kids don't give a crap about us at all. It's just like how you're obsessed with that crappy brush pen of yours. Oi, that comparison of yours. Well, I can understand why you say that. It does sort of make sense. Yep, so you won't mind if they make you do hard labor, right? I do mind. Oh, these two are gonna be their farming robots from now on. So that's what they meant. No wait, how do you know all this? As much as I hate to admit it, I overheard quite a bit of it when they kidnapped me and brought me here. They've got so many idle folk around, yet they want others to do work for them. But I'm a cyber media screenwriter. Surely it would make more sense to lock me up in some cell and write, rather than have me move heavy loads around. Writing isn't nearly as valuable as carrying stuff in the wilderness. It doesn't matter what's inside your neurocloud, they only value a doll's strength. And I also heard them say that once they use dolls, they strip them for parts and sell it off. Perhaps all those dolls who went missing are dolls that they kidnapped. Damn it. Zangin chuckles bitterly, and then leans against the metal bars. I can vaguely hear her hissing again. The star of the show is here. Two villagers open the door, and a man enters. He's wearing a strange-looking outfit that's clearly pieced together from components made by different manufacturers. Boss, they're the ones. We treated them well like you asked us to. We were worried they'd run off before long, so we called you back instead ahead of time. But in the end they came to us on their own. What the hell? What is this? What is he wearing? Look at this. Look at it. Get a load of this, Four Eyes. Damn. It looks like he's got a really... This is an old rifle. Heck, this might not even be a proper AK. This might just be a 22. Allow me to introduce myself. Though you may already know me, I am the engineer. While I don't know why you came here, it is no longer important. After all, making humans happy is a doll's lot, isn't it? In that case, we'll have to trouble you to work hard for the happiness of Zero Village. With that, the engineer activates the device he's holding. The modules around his wrist chug into action. The modules emit a scanner-like beam which sweeps over Zhangyan and me. Firearms? No. High-energy devices? Also no. Why don't these dolls have anything? Did you guys decide to help yourselves to trophies while I wasn't around? He cheaped out on his Jinro, the Wolf Brigade cosplay. I mean, to be fair, like, this outfit was, you know, the guns in Jinro are pretty ancient. They're old guns, but you know, everything he's wearing is probably like more advanced than anything in Jinro. But still, he looks pretty dorky compared to actual soldiers in Girls Frontline. But that makes sense because this is probably like old generation stuff. How could we? Boss, we wouldn't dare do anything like that. We just knocked them out and dragged them here. We didn't dare touch them. Don't you remember, boss? One of our bros barely touched the hand of that doll from before, and he got his eye shot out. Oh, I think even this engineer is probably... His knowledge base on dolls is probably outdated too. Annoyed, the engineer takes out another scanner, cobbled together from who knows what, and sweeps it over us again. Never mind then. Go ahead and scrap them. It's not like they pose a threat to us. Oh no! Well, I guess we're in a horror movie. I told you guys. I told you that they were gonna get kidnapped, and I told you. How did I see this coming? The frame freezes at the exact moment before two villagers move up to obey. Well, that escalated quickly. Vanquish joint effort. Vanquish the dragon with a mighty blow. Now how is this gonna end? Let's bring our A-team. Only 3 allied dolls can be deployed. So, what's this wager about? Let me point out that the Oasis does not support gambling. Yeah, this is not kick. Relax, Professor, it's not gambling, like you think it is. We won't bet money, and one match decides the winner, so you won't get hooked. Also, it won't be decided by dice, but by our brains. Oh, now that sounds interesting. So what exactly will this be about? After this, that green hair and I will attempt to escape. Do you think we succeeded? You did not. Then who the heck are you talking to now? Surely that wasn't what you were wagering on. No, there's no point on betting on such an obvious question. I, however, would like to play a little game with you, Professor. I mean, you're the nerdy sort, so Wow. I'm sure you would understand, right? It's a choose-your-own-adventure game. Well, I know this. Usually there are options to choose from after a dialogue like this. Good, good. That's what I want you to try out, Professor. Nora taps the page constituted different operands with the tip of her brush, and the page suddenly expands, revealing more words. Wow, it's a story branch. Well, it's a cyber media doll for you. This looks pretty novel. Well, don't start praising me just yet. Your job is simple, Professor. You control me in the story, and think of a way to escape that village. If you succeed, you win. But I bet you can't do it. How about that? Now that sounds interesting. What are the stakes? If you lose, you have to help me find someone. Is it Zhang Yin? Ah, you're like an open book. You see, you hate her, but you're actually good friends. Since when do people ask about the ending right off the... We can save those questions for after the game. Alright then, but what if I win? You won't. We still have to make things clear. Then you'll be good and back up your neural cloud, as well as staying to work in the Oasis. How about that? Were Nora and Zahn sent to investigate, or was this discovered coincidence? No, Nora was watching a TV interview where Zhang Yin showed up and started critiquing Nora's film because it was a TV spot on Nora's new film, and Zhang Yin called it basically a bad movie. And so Nora and Zhang Yin had a wager that Nora could write a new script within a month that was actually good. And so Nora went to this town, this deserted town, to gather inspiration. And Zhang Yin knew she would go there, so she went a day ahead of her. And now they're in a cellar. Actually, the professor would have gone looking for her, even if he didn't. Miss Nora just said so just now, didn't she? We can't spoil the ending right away. Willow, you will be our witness. It's a deal then. I'll move along. Wait! The next part is the highlight of this story. If our wager is in effect, then you'll have to make your first choice here. Please tell those of us who are in danger what we should do to get out of the situation.
次のストーリーの素材ゲットたい。
Do you see, Professor? Laid out before you is what we went through back then, locked in a dungeon by a bunch of lunatics. What did we do to escape? Let's have you take my place, and make my choices for me. Though if you pick wrong, you'll lose a survival flag. See here in the protocol area? If you run out of them, it'll count as losing. Do your best to get me out of here without using up the flags. Oh, you can leave that green lump of fur wherever. Oh wow, they put a screen filter, a grainy screen filter on this. There's no battles in this one, we just have to make it to the end. And survival flag. If a chance of survival remains, heed not a word of giving up. Vacation in village and uncover evil plot. Yeah, pretty much. And the funny thing is, like, Nora is a scriptwriter who does horror films, so it's right up her alley. So pray tell, whilst we're in danger, just what should we do to get out of the situation we found ourselves in? As Nora speaks, I find myself entering the story. I see a dimly lit jail cell, weary-eyed villagers, and Zhang Yin, who's finally started to look uncomfortable. Mocker. And here I thought all you would do is make fun of me. Who would have thought you'd be at a loss too? Nora takes her pen and paper from behind her. I, for one, am quite inspired by that pitiful look of yours. Just sit back and watch me finish. Go ahead and scrap them. Before Nora can hand Zhang Yin her plan, the engineer gives the order and begins to quickly move. Oh, she was trying to hand over a note, and she disguised it as mocking her. By time. Ask Zhang Yin for help. Weep and wail. You really don't know anything about dolls, do you? What with the amateur way you're searching and your painful sounding lessons. Don't you think you ought to study up a little more? Are you telling me what to do? The villager seems to have taken the bait, and he begins trading barbs with Nora, using this chance to slip Zhang Yin the plan written on the piece of paper. Fortunately, the villagers didn't find the video camera projector from before. If we can make good use of the sound and image it projects in conjunction with the villagers' mixed feelings about Zero, we might be able to find an opening. Now, if I can just direct Zhang Yin's pet snake Little C properly, we'll be able to create this chance. Hopefully Zhang Yin can play along. Nora cranes her neck and looks towards the trapdoor. She doesn't have a clear view of what's going on upstairs from here. Just a rough glimpse of Zero's form. If the villagers' attention isn't on Nora and Zhang Yin, then perhaps letting Little C go up with the camera would be the best choice. Have Little C bring the camera up. Little C obeys and crawls up the nails sticking out the wall. It tries to hook the camera with its tail, but it looks like it could fall at any moment. Hey boss, isn't there something behind them? Ugh. I cry out to cover for Little C, but I end up getting thumped. We'll survive, right? We've got 2 flags left. Little C is inside the town hall at last. There's nobody inside for now, so if we want to do anything, now's the time. If I'm not wrong, Zero should move towards the stage. Little C nimbly winds through the rows of seats and stops in front of the stage. Zero sits on the stage with its head down, although it's asleep. I should find a way to make it move. Little C nimbly climbs up Zero's body. It is currently switched off, and its body is covered in rust and scratches, a sign of how roughly its master treated it. According to the plan, we're going to use a projection to make it appear as though Zero has gone mad. Therefore, we need an alibi for it. What exactly should we do? Inspect Zero's structure. After a brief examination, it seems as though Zero is a highly outdated model of military doll, and its structure is tremendously different from most current dolls. Randomly activate Zero will probably be dangerous. We don't know its structure. We can't pull it off the stage. So try activating its power supply. Little C doesn't know where the power supply is. Of course it doesn't know. It's a snake. So all it can do is blindly feel around Zero's body. Zap! Oh no. Little C must have accidentally touched the wrong thing, because it gets shocked by current leaking out of the battery and hits the ground hard, dragging Zero down with it as well. Oh no, I'm sorry, Little C. I'm so sorry. Poor little snake got zapped by like the equivalent of a car battery. We're merely one step away from success. Let's have Little C quickly return to the cellar entrance and begin the final act of the script. Get a load of this. Activate the projection function. A classic battle scene from Silent Mountain plays in the hall, accompanied by screams and wails. Boss, I think there's something's happening up there. Could it be Zero? But how? Zero's really gone. They're panicked. Time to make our escape. Alright, Professor, how did you do it? Is it possible to... It is! I only have 1 heart left. It is possible to fail these. Alright, Professor, how did you do? Nora laughs as she looks at my choices. If you had been in charge back then, could we have gotten free? Great success. I didn't think you could make such a perfect escape. Nora looks at me, and she seems a little discontent with these things. Can you really clear the whole thing, Professor? Hey, if it's late, it's played. Just watch me. See, look. I have 1 heart left. I almost failed it. I'm gonna have some water. Crimson light enters our eyes. The place where Zero should be sitting is empty, and there's no telling where it's gone. Meanwhile, the sounds of mechanical footsteps, gunshots, and humans moaning in agony comes from above. Looks like it's begun attacking humans indiscriminately. It? You mean Zero? It can't be. It hasn't moved in years. That's just because you don't know, right? Dolls actually have emergency modes that can activate, you know? They're bullshitting. Boss. ... You didn't know about it, did you? After all, you're just a self-taught technician. Oh my god, look at how smug they are. They're both going like max smug right now. We activated Zero's emergency mode, so right now it must have recalled its original purpose. Speaking of which, what was its original purpose? Serving in the military? The screams continue. The villagers grow paler and paler. What if our bros up there really were... Like I was saying, these idiots were looking down on us. Boss, wait. Shut up, all of you. The engineer angrily barks a command, then glares at us before activating the body-mounted weapon he's wearing. I'll go up and see what's going on. So what if Zero is moving in? It's just a written-off tool. You two, keep an eye on them. After tossing off that terse statement, the engineer heads outside and doesn't look back. Well done, Little C. Zero's body has not left its place. It was only knocked off the stage by Little C. As for the gunshots and the flashing lights, those are from the climax of Silent Mountain, where the protagonist activates mechanical soldiers to attack the zombies. Little C is playing that scene using the camcorder's projection feature. Mechanical soldiers to attack zombies. That's not horror, that's just reality in the Girls Frontline universe. Killing zombies, killing elite infected with zombies, that's just reality for them. Those villagers sure were gullible. All we had to do was play off of each other about an emergency mode or whatnot, and they didn't dare doubt us anymore. Little C looks happily at me. If it weren't a snake, I might even want to pet it. It is a prequel. Well, it is a prequel, but, like, the elite situation has been going on for a while, even before Girls Frontline. You! Stay there, don't move! The villagers turn around, waving their wrenches, and what greets them is... Little C has already undone our bonds, and it savagely pounces one of the villagers. Oh my gosh, let's go, little snake! A snake! Little C has already coiled around his neck, and Zhang Yin follows up with a punch that knocks him out. Wait, you can do that? Isn't that like against the law? The robot law to harm humans? You guys, don't mess... Thud. While the other villager is distracted by Little C, I take out a collection of short stories and smash it into the back of his head. Yes. I don't know about the pen being mightier than the sword, but in this case, a book is good enough. Much as I hate to admit it, Zhang Yin and I have perfect teamwork. Knowledge is power. Oh my god, what a corny line. Honestly, if we hadn't been ambushed earlier, and engineer wasn't fully kitted out, we wouldn't have had to fear you. Even if we're weak, you're still no match for us. Save the rubbish for later. If that engineer comes back and finds us, we're... Brought the unabridged edition. Hey man, those short story compilations can be really big, really thick. Zhang Yin starts climbing out of the cellar as she says this, however. Bang. A gunshot suddenly rings out from above us. Zhang Yin! Just as she finishes climbing out of the cellar, Zhang Yin collapses to the ground. I immediately make my way out of the cellar after her, but I'm met with the sight of a menacing gun barrel. You're full of tricks, aren't you? The engineer glares at us. Zhang Yin is lying on the ground off to the side. Zhang Yin, are you alright? I'm fine, he didn't hit me. I was just startled and fell down. Is your leg hurt? I'm not that fragile. You're pretty solid. I can't wait to scrap you now. Why are you scrapping them? The engineer interrupts our whispered conversation and approaches us, his gun held high. I have to admit, you're much more capable than previous dolls. I think you could run circles around me with just a pack of lies and an old camcorder. He grits his teeth and takes aim at my camera. No, not the camcorder! The machine shatters to bits, and the noise suddenly stops. Not the camcorder. What will we do without the camcorder? I really do like this grain filter. It's very nice. After dealing with the camera, the engineer turns to us. Damn it. What do we do? Your plan's been exposed. If you've got any backup plans, now would be a good time to reveal them. I'm a screenwriter, not God. It's good enough I managed to put together a passable script for you at the last minute, okay? Why don't you try coming up with something? I'm just a frail little scriptwriter, and I don't have the experience you do. Little C. Zhang Yin doesn't move, but instead directs her snake to bite the engineer's calf. The snake's fangs instantly sink into flesh. That was what we expected, but... The engineer sweeps an armor-plated hand down towards his feet. The plates might be old, but they're enough to solidly incapacitate Little C. Hey, Nora, is there a chance, a possibility perhaps, that you could come up with a story to delay him? If you can do it, I promise not to call you a third-rate screenwriter. Oh no, they're bickering again. Wake up, will you? They might be stupid, but they're not complete morons. A gunshot erupts as I finish speaking. I move as fast as I can, but a bullet still grazes my thigh. Oh no. This isn't like the warning shots from before. The engineer isn't concerned with not hurting our bodies anymore. In other words, he's really mad. You idiot! Zhang Yin had already gotten some distance away, but after seeing me almost get shot, she doubles back and returns. Hiring us is against the law, you should stop! How can you live in this world without breaking a few laws? I've heard high-sounding stuff like that countless times, but when the bombs fall, it's still what I'm holding here that counts, no? This guy's impervious to everything. Reason doesn't work, emotional appeals don't work, and the worst part is we can't beat him in a fight. Now get up, then get back into your cells. I don't want to waste any more time. There's a vicious look on the engineer's face. His hands keep moving, feeding fresh rounds into his gun. Even if you can't talk or speak, you're still dolls. Oh, even if you can talk or speak. So don't get cocky on me. Dolls should be like my Zero, nothing more than obedient tools. Huh? Zhang Yin's hands clench up into fists, and she looks like she wants to say something. However, she suddenly stops halfway. Her gaze looks past the engineer and behind him. Zero? In the dim light, we see something that looks like Zero standing up. Wait, what's going on? Wait, there's more. But I don't have any hearts left. Is it Zero? Who are you calling Zero? Do you think I'm stupid? Zero. Not a tool. Wait. It does have an emergency override. Zero has been working hard to help everyone. Zero is everyone's friend. Oh, wow. Scout number 36. Oh, wait. Da 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 da. Scout number 30. Okay, that's not it. Okay, the robot. I have a robot filter, right? But it just doesn't sound very good. So we'll just go with the megaphone. Scout number 36, entering battle-ready status. Zero, who's lying at the foot of the stage, slowly begins to stand up. What the hell? The village can only be restored if everyone works together, and not like this. This is wrong. No orders received during the stipulated interval. Now commencing semi-automatic action. Hey. Shocked and frightened, the engineer has no choice but to turn his gun towards Zero. And just then, uppercut. Bang. Leg sweep. Zhang Yin suddenly throws a punch and hits him from behind. I follow up with a sweep and we knock the engineer to the ground. He scrambles for his gun, but Little C has already taken it away. Little C is a strong snake, what the heck? Time for you to take a nap. The kind you won't wake up from. Zhang Yin kicks him in the back of the head, and he passes out at last. What's so funny? That line of yours just now was so cringy. Time for you to take a nap, the kind you won't wake up from. You wrote it, didn't you? Oh. Ah! See? This girl who like spends an inordinate amount of time dissing her friend's work. It turns out she actually memorizes the scripts. I knew it. You were imitating it, weren't you? You did imitate it. I have no idea what you're talking about. She's a tsundere. She's a tsundere. Oh my gosh. At the end of the Silent Mountain, the protagonist and the robot do a combination move just like that. And they have the same lines too. You keep calling it a crap movie, but you were actually paying close attention to it, weren't you? Oh, shut up! How could I slam you online if I didn't pay attention to it? Aw, knowing that someone likes my work so much makes me so happy. And you even went so far as to have that robot feature in it as well. That was a pretty pro move, jazzing up the scene like that. I have no idea what was going on there. Huh? We take another look at Zero. It appears to have been manually activated and only powered up for a short while before shutting down again due to lack of power. Oh hey Optidog, how's it going? We're reading through the last chapter of the last story segment for Nora's event. I really like these two. Mostly Zhang Yin, I love her. She's so cute. And Nora's also kind of cute. But yeah, I love Zhang Yin. I can't wait for Zhang Yin's event. I thought you did it. Then what's going on? It was me. It was the boy, wasn't it? A familiar face pops itself out from behind the curtain. Ah. Are you guys okay? Sorry, I was going to tell you that the town hall was fishy, and not to stay around the village for long and to leave, but... I see. Thank you very much. No, I should be thanking you. Zero was always a friend to our village, and I still remember how it helped us build houses when I was a kid. I thought it would protect us forever, but after he got old, the engineer had other ideas. He led the adults in dismantling Zero, and even began... Oh, I am hungry. I hope you guys didn't hear that. And even began targeting dolls who passed by. He also showed footage of doll combat, and said you were all bad guys hiding your true nature. I'd always had my doubts about his words, but I didn't know what to do about it either until I saw your movie. Yeah, I don't think the engineer actually knows how to fix robots. He just dismantles them and sells the parts. And he just lays it on thick for the other villagers so they think that he's really smart. Thank you for your movie, One-chan. I'm still a little scared now, but I want to do what I ought to do. After saying that, he takes a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket. You guys should hurry up and flee. The others will be coming over soon. I drew this map myself. You'll be able to get down the mountain more quickly, and they won't catch up with you that fast. My stomach is not happy. It needs food. I take the map from him with both hands. This is wonderful. We'll bid you farewell then. Take care. Yeah. Oh, that's sweet. After taking a couple of steps, I think a little and then turn back. This whole experience will become a great movie. I guarantee it. Yeah. Below the cloudy sky, the boy smiles as brightly as the moon. And let me guess. She's never able to release the movie because she's stuck in the neuro cloud. And so that'll give her motivation too to find a way out. Back to the real world. We finally defeated the engineer and escaped the hall. The engineer drops a bunch of items like a defeated video game boss, a communication handset, a flashlight, a gun. A gun. Can they use it? If we use them well, they ought to be super effective. Take a couple of items. Don't take the gun. I'll take the flashlight and the handset. After escaping the town hall, we run into a huge villager who says, "Boss, what's up? Hey, what are you doing?" Nora used something to scare him off. Shine the flashlight into his eyes. Eat this, action beam. The flashlight's beam only serves to make the villager raise an eyebrow. He shields his eyes and moves up to grab Nora. If only I had a gun. Yeah, funny thing. Can't be helped, this is all I can do. Zhangyan uses the flashlight to bonk the villager on the head. Where do we go now? Let's get out of the village. If I'm not wrong, the hall was on the east side. So we'll go west? Oh wait, no, we'll go east. We'll have to leave the village. Good thing I did my research ahead of time. If we go east, we'll be able to escape right away. This isn't the time to be praising yourself. So are there any authorities to tell, hey guys, there's a guy taking dolls apart? I mean, there would be, except they're in a remote mountain village. So no, in the Girls Frontline universe, the government authority is pretty sparse. Especially in 2050... What year is this supposed to be? Well, in the 2050s, like in the 2050s, World War III has just ended. The government does not really have control of the countryside, or even the places directly outside cities, or even places within the cities. So there's not many authorities, really. After running for who knows how long, the trees overhead gradually cover up the moonlight. Where do we go next? Don't you have a map? Can't you read it? It's not like it glows in the dark, right? Use the flashlight. Ah, the supreme conveniences of modern science. Yeah, these... Unfortunately, our future science robots cannot see in the dark. Nor do they have Google Maps stored in their brains. We run on, and as we run, the shouting of the villagers can be heard behind us. What do we do to shake them off? Use the handsets. This is the engineer. They're heading west. Wow, you can do imitations too, Zhangyan? Nah, this antique has terrible sound quality. Yeah, so like when she's spoken to it, it would probably sound something like this. Probably sound like this. This is the engineer, they're heading west. The villagers are running in the opposite direction. Let's flee before they can react. After running for who knows how long, the sound of the villagers finally fades away. Looks like we're safe for now. Alright, Professor, how did you do? Nora laughs as she looks at my choices. Wow, she's mocking me. I only made one mistake. I didn't think it makes it. Nora looks at me and she seems a little discontent with things. This is fine. We've cleared it. Everything's hunky-dory.
今季を通過せたはあしょうもな
Alright, I think we've made it out. We're safe at last. Don't lower your guard. There's no telling when the villagers will catch up. Yes, I know. The air suddenly goes quiet. Come to think of it, why are you so quiet? Normally you'd be taking shots at me right around now. What? Still embarrassed about just now? Don't worry, for I, Nora, am a big-hearted person. I won't quibble with you about secretly copying my lines. Didn't that boy take to it eagerly too? The two of you are pretty alike. Who would have thought that crappy flick of mine would have inspired two people? It sure was worth it. What are you sighing about? Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that I preferred the you just now, when you were on the verge of tears because you couldn't find your friend. Huh? You heard that? You were muttering to yourself so loudly I could have heard you from dozens of meters away. Who knows? Those villagers might have caught you because you were so loud. What's this? Was it so scary to not have my guidance around it anymore? Actually, now that I think about it longer, she really does sound like she would have an Ojo-sama voice. Like actually, she sounds like she would really have an Ojo-sama voice. I was just worried I'd miss the sight of you becoming bear food. And what do you mean by guidance? I was the one who came up with the escape plan just now, right? Were you? If it wasn't for that uppercut of mine, you'd probably have eaten a bullet. You've got some nerve saying that, seeing as you even stole your move from... There they are! Get them! The sound of footsteps suddenly comes from behind, and the two of us spring up. This is all your fault! You were too loud and drew them over. You were the last to speak, weren't you? I can't be bothered with you. Just hurry up and run. You're not even going to look at the map? There's no time. Let's put some distance between us and them first. Can you outrun them if you don't know the terrain? All I need to do is outrun you! Huh? Fortunately, there is a god. And just as I say that, Zhang trips over a rock. See, we have a saying in Canada. If you get chased by a bear, you don't need to be very fast. You just need to be faster than the slowest guy. And if you're not faster, well, you can always just trip them. Ah! See, I told you to sow some good karma. Now it's come to bite you in the ass. Before Zhang Yin can retort, the villagers swarm her. What is this? Got one! Hey, look at her. She's all tied up. She's all chibified too. Hurry and tie her up. Don't just focus on me. There's another one up ahead. Your sacrifice was meaningful, Zhang Yin. I won't forget you. Zhang Yin's screams come from behind me, but I know that I can't look back. I have no choice but to betray my comrade. I run and run with all my might until Zhang Yin and the shouts of the villagers disappear into the night wind. The Extraordinary Tales of Zero. And... No, Zhang Yin! Does this mean we won't get her event because she's dead? She's been dismantled? Awesome, I escaped! I didn't think you'd end up betraying your teammate to escape. Were you always such a ruthless person, Professor? I guess so. I mean, you'll just have to play Girls Frontline to find out. It doesn't seem like a true ending. That development was entirely in keeping with Nora's personality, you know. Or rather, she put a fair bit of her personal feelings into this ending. No, how could I make it personal? I'm a professional scriptwriter. I was simply being thorough. I have a feeling something like this happened in a recent event in Girls Frontline. Amazing. Truly amazing. Now then, it's about time to keep your word, isn't it? The professor snaps his fingers. And Willow immediately appears with the Neural Cloud backup document. Clearly, she's had it ready for a long time. Go ahead, Miss Nora. I'll be taking your pictures throughout, so you don't have to worry about losing it losing effect. Exactly how much did the professor offer you to do this anyway? Fine, I'll sign it. I never intended to welch on my debt anyway. There, it's done. Yep, everything checks out. You work for me now. At this rate, I'll have to stay in the Oasis and work for the professor. Well, they don't seem too hard to get along with, and truth be told, they're actually quite to my liking. I find it hard to imagine myself able to stay here with any peace of mind, as long as that matter isn't resolved yet. Ah, she said she was traveling around the Oasis. Magracy. And it was to look for Zhang Yin. They haven't found her yet. After thinking about it, all I can do is work up my courage and ask, Professor, I know I've lost, so making another request might not be appropriate, but could I have some extra operands while I'm staying in the Oasis? I was hoping to use my rest time to find a certain someone. It won't interfere with my work. Oh, that. Actually, the Exile's mission was always to find our lost doll friends. Right, Willow? Yep. You saw the huge search terminal outside, right? The professor usually uses that to find our doll friends. They were overjoyed to hear that you needed help finding someone. How? How did it end up like this? So you wanted me to sign the form just so you could trick me into doing work? Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Also, you just gave yourself an extra assignment, which is to take responsibility for maintaining the search terminal. You're so sneaky! What a happy day it is. Yet another hard-working friend has joined us. Oh my gosh. Even the professor is being smug right now. Come back up your neural cloud, Nora. Willow will get a professional team. Okay. I wonder if I should add another name to the list of the deceased people in my next work. And back on topic, can you tell me about it now? Tell you about what? What the real ending was. You didn't really abandon her in the village, did you? The true end. I ditched someone like her at the earliest possible opportunity. Weren't you hoping that I'd save Zhang Yin when you made your bet just now? That means she must have escaped and joined Project NeuroCloud with you. I never said I was looking for Zhang Yin now, did I? If it wasn't her, then what was the point of telling me this story in the first place? Wasn't it to see if I knew where Zhang Yin had gone? There's an inscrutable look in the professor's eyes, and it's hard to tell the exact meaning behind it. But for some reason, I don't feel afraid. Perhaps it's because I know there is no malice there, or perhaps the story's ending. So you want to know how it went? Your sacrifice was meaningful, green hair. I won't forget you. Screams come from behind me, but I know that I can't look back. I run and run with all my might until Zhang Yin and the shouts that wait. This is the same thing! This is the same thing! She still leaves her behind! The extraordinary tales of Zero end. Oh. Wait, did she actually make this into a movie? So, how was it? Hey, isn't that look on your face a little too dumb looking? I mean, how often is it that I agree to attend a premiere screening with you anyway? Shouldn't you be weeping in gratitude with snot hanging off your nose or something? So, you expect me to gush over how moving the scene of me being dragged away was? I never said it was you, Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin. Right. I haven't even started on that name yet. A little too casual, don't you think? Aw, you don't need to be so serious. With the supporting cast, I couldn't let the audience have too many hopes for her, so I need to establish her importance through her name, Green Hair. But she's got about half the screen time in the movie. That's because the audience likes watching that sort of thing. Oh my god. Look at these reviews. Each one's better than the last. Just as I take out my smartphone, Zangian snatches it away. Oh, they really do keep getting better. Let's see what this says. Only covers online trends. Incredibly cliched plot. Developments more familiar to me than my parents' faces. Okay, that last one was great. Plot developments more familiar to me than my parents' faces. Wow, they're all 1-star reviews. Well, of course that's going to happen when you list them from lowest to highest. There's a ton of them though. The more successful you get, the more enemies you make. Also, even if people heckle me, there'll be people who like me too. So I'll just pretend my scripts are for those people who like them. The people who are willing to be moved by me. That'll do. I recall the sparkle in that boy's eyes. Which is why there's no point in trying to rattle me with personal attacks. Nora. Right, then make sure you like the 1-star review I left you tonight! Oh, I love her. I'm still going to delete it. Nora's Michael Bay. No! No! Have you thought of your answer yet? Yeah, she makes schlock movies. She makes schlock horror movies. But it's fine because little kids like them. I have, but it's a very complicated ending. Are you willing to set some time aside and let me tell you about it? Okay, that was kind of cute. Okay, we can do this. This hard mode stage real quick. Real quick, let's do it. Do we have... How do I not have... That's fine, we'll just place you with me. I guess it's a horror alternative to Ellie Roth. I'm not familiar with Ellie Roth. Who's Ellie Roth? Is it like M. Night Shyamalan? Wait, does M. Night Shyamalan do horror movies? Okay. Won't use you, we'll use you. Wait, I'll use you. Okay, this is fine, right? Oh shit, they're getting blasted. Ellie Roth makes a lot of torture porn horror like The Hostel. Oh! Wait, wrong move, don't die! Oh crap. That was pretty bad. Yeah. Okay. Please don't die. Oh no, she's gonna be close to dying. Okay, we're fine. Someone died still. And I used the wrong ult again. Oh, it's fine. I'm gonna die because of Ellie Roth, maybe. Bad writing. I'm gonna die because of bad writing. Oh no. The function card. Channel crowding. Okay, this is not gonna work, so let's use you. Do this. You go here. Hopefully this will work out okay. Ouch, they hurt. Okay, we're fine. The power of idols saved me. Look at this. 416 silly dance. Yeah, the dance is pretty silly, isn't it? But it's really cute. It's fine. It's 416, so it's fine. The little anime scenes are nice. Yeah, all the ults in this game are animated. Wait, no! They just the boss just instantly jibbed everyone. Oh no. Oh no, we can't do that. We need to make sure everyone's like in better spots. This should work, maybe? No. I'm gonna run out of retries. Oh, what the heck happened? Yeah, I didn't think I'd ever see 416 doing a silly dance like that. Or giving out the heart sign. This is kind of disturbing, actually. No wonder the skin costed so much money. My reward for that was Japanese-style wooden bookmark, themed after one of Nora's prided works, Wrath of the Land. This special bookmark differs from others in that there's only one of them. I mean, if I made a custom bookmark, I'm sure there'd be only one of that too. Don't be jealous of talented writers, they burn the midnight oil for it. So out of character, right? It's incredibly out of character. 勝負が待ちきれないのね。勝負が待ちきれないわね。Let's see. Guys take less damage. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter what I get. Oasis database login complete. Beginning audio playback. I won't deny that pesky tarhead can write stories and that she's great at scaring people. But as a researcher, isn't it natural for me to make fun of something that doesn't make sense? You call a 50,000 word long 1-star review making fun of some— what the hell? 50,000 word 1-star review. Oh my god, Zangin, you've got like some kind of really weird hate boner going on for This is taking things a bit far, isn't it? Looks like the two of them are getting along really well. 50,000 words. Just for a movie review. On like Rotten Tomatoes. What the heck? Diary entry I'm not reading that. Hey, where are those spicy nuts and dried fish I bought yesterday? Maybe you'll find them in the bin under Nora's desk. Or rather, their packaging. Not only does she act like a stray cat, she even eats like one. Hey, I like, that reminds me, I need to go buy snacks. I've run out, and more specifically, I need to buy ice cream. It is so hot right now. UMP 45 will be happy to torment her, probably. Well, that just means we'll have to put 45 in an idol costume too. This is a really tight space. Yeah, this is a really tight space. That review was longer than Nora's whole career of scripts. Oh my goodness, you can't do this. Andre, you can't do this. All these sick burns. No, I want to see if they gave her a new animation for her ult here. I can't though. I can't. Can't see if 416 has a new ult for her ability. Probably not though. Probably not. Alright. So, as promised earlier in the stream. Alright, let's... We'll go here and... Oh my gosh. You're great. You're great, but... Helix, you are momentarily demoted. Because I don't want to get rid of Suyoi. So then where is Nora? Here she is. Oh. Wait. Oh my goodness. The badonkers really are honking. Whoa, wait. It's a shame I can't get her animated projection. Wait, no, that's not what I was trying to do. I would like to get... I really do like her voice though. This game gameplay sure does fan service better than MiHoYo stuff. Yeah, MiHoYo is incredibly vanilla. That's why I don't really like it. MiHoYo is way too vanilla for me to enjoy. Pretty much all the other gacha games do it better. It's because MiHoYo is the biggest one, I guess, so they have a lot of spotlight on them to not mess up. They're considered a cultural ambassador by the Chinese government, so they're heavily restricted. Let's see. Nora, vocation playwright, EW55, birthdays February 9th. Cybermedia, the best company in the game. The EW55 is a special purpose writer doll developed by Cybermedia, primarily intended for narrative design and scriptwriting. In order to address the issues with the doll-produced prose, such as dullness and a lack of congruency, the EW55 is specially equipped with an information processing system, possessing a degree of randomness. In other words, she has RNG built into her code, allowing the EW55 a chance to generate new ideas from any received information, thus simulating the process of inspiration, quote-unquote, experienced by human writers. As a popular doll screenwriter... Oh, she actually is popular. I couldn't tell if she was beloved or if people hated her. Or maybe she really is just like Michael Bay. Nora's works span the fields of film, television, literature, games, and many others. In order to give her the chance to collect more material for future work, Nora's studio decided to enter her into Project NeuroCloud. Oh, I need to move my head. I need to move my head. But, you know, what if I just move the entire game screen instead of moving my head every time? Every time I've always moved my head, but why don't I just do this instead? This makes more sense, doesn't it? I didn't know that about Mihoyo. Yeah, it's just because they're so big, right? And the Chinese government finds anything that's big needs to be heavily controlled because it influences the way people think. You can't have someone influencing the way people think in China. Just saying. Following the surge in demand for entertainment products, authorial dolls have seen broad use in many fields as replacements for screenwriters. But scripts produced through theoretical data and language algorithms are invariably dry and stilted. In order to overcome this bottleneck, Cybermedia developed EW55, which could experience inspiration. It's my problem with Genshin. The world characters on the game as an open world are great. The story's lazy and so limited so it doesn't offend no one. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I can't enjoy it. It's literally made to not offend. And so as a result, it doesn't really say anything. Nora's works stem entirely from the chance resonance of various sorts of materials within her neural cloud. She has a chance to convert each piece of new information she receives into a unique idea. In Nora's eyes, the entire world is a database for her to reference, so she's constantly scribbling notes in an effort to preserve the spark of creativity, and works produced in this way never fail to excite their audience. However, Nora's productive efficiency is also very vexing. When she lacks for inspiration, she cannot produce anything, regardless of the methods used. Conversely, long periods of operation will overload her neurocloud and cause her to crash, regardless of how inspired she is. Wait, she's literally me! Guys! She's literally me! When I'm not inspired, I can't do anything, and when I am, I do so much that my brain starts hurting and then I go to sleep. Trying to get a script out of Nora in a timely manner has always been the thorniest problem with her clients. I know that's the issue with a lot of artists too. Nora's rise to fame, well actually like even before this, like even the story we just read right now could be considered controversial because it depicts a countryside. It depicts the countryside in a negative light, right? It says that countryside people are basically dumb and ignorant, don't know the ways of the people, and are violent, and like easily deceived by basically a dictator. That sort of story probably would not fly if NeuroCloud was a very popular game. Nora's rise to fame could be considered an accident. At the time, the EW55 line faced retirement due to all sorts of negative feedback, and Nora herself was nothing more than a prototype that had been abandoned by Cybermedia. A film studio purchased Nora at rock bottom prices, but even then she spent a whole month idle after being switched on. When the studio thought she was defective and wanted to return her, a chance visit to a certain folklorist resulted in her producing a horror movie script in one night, albeit one that did not match the requirements given. Hey! Zhang Yin helped her? The studio decided to produce the movie with an experimental mindset, and it won much acclaim for its clever plot and creative design, reaping a huge harvest at the box office. The studio immediately allocated their best production crew to Nora and gave her generous time to write, anticipating the next big moneymaker from her. However, they had to wait nearly half a year for it. Didn't you say there was no deadline for the script? I was collecting material this time. Nora lazily replied to pressing inquiries from her investors as she showed off the scribbles in her notepad without a single proper sentence in sight. From then on, Nora was plagued by a new nightmare known as deadlines. Oh, it's controversial because Nora's a script-generating AI chatbot. No, there's nothing controversial about that. China's totally all in on AI. Like, AI is probably like one of China's national focuses right now. Professor, recently I've been thinking about a problem, or a script starring you, but I found a problem. Wait, why am I reading out loud? She'll say it.
教授、最近君を主役に据えた脚本を練っとるっちゃけど、キャラクター設定を交渉しとったら、とある問題に気づいたっちゃん。君の経歴とパフォーマンスにバリ違和感を感じるったい。長年科研領域を進行してきた名のある教授が戦いを指揮する方面でも一方ならん造形があるだなんて。過去の辻褄をどう合わせようとしてもこの矛盾だけは解決できんのちゃ。なしてだか説明してくれん？
Professor, recently I've been thinking about writing a script starring you, but I found a problem while I was doing your character design. Your background and your performance seem very much at odds with each other. Here we have a professor who's been doing research for many years and has a certain degree of fame for it, who goes on to demonstrate extraordinary skill in combat leadership. I can't seem to resolve this contradiction no matter how hard I try to reconcile your past. Could you explain the reason behind this to me? No, she's on to me! She's on to me. She's got me sussed out. Have to go now. Bye, Hakuya and chat. See you next time. Have a nice day. Alright, see you around, Andre. Hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks for coming. And then part 2.
うちの作品？待っとって。はいよ。これ全部がそう。大したことなかよ。ただ、うちの経験が他の脚本家人形とは少々異なるってだけで。うち、一部の記憶をなくしとるっちゃん。具体的な内容はわからんけど、そのおかげで失うっちゅう概念をより深く理解できるようになったと。
Oh no. She's missing some memories. So, my works? One moment, please. That's right. They're all my works. It's not particularly impressive. It's just that my experiences were different from those of other screenwriter dolls. There's a section of my memories which has been erased. While I don't know what exactly was in them, I now have a better understanding of the concept of loss. The meme? The 4-panel meme? You know, guy rushes towards hospital. Guy goes to the hospital desk. Guy sees doctor. Guy weeps at the bed. In order to encourage typically slack Nora to collect more information in search of inspiration, the studio actively arranged for her to interact with dolls from various different fields in the hope that she would collect material from them. Initially, this did little to move Nora until she saw the name of the folklorist Zhang Yin on the list of names. Nora thought that her much-acclaimed debut work would receive praise from Zhang Yin. Instead, Zhang Yin proceeded to levy a barrage of ruthless personal attacks against her and her work, pointing out each and every one of the film's errors. Incensed, Nora hit back as well, hinting that everything Zhang Yin said was nothing more than foolish superstition that no one should bother with. The information-gathering meeting soon became an intense dispute, but during their argument, Nora realized that Zhang Yin was providing her with a lot of knowledge she could use in her future works, and so she had no choice but to begrudgingly note it all down. From then on, the two of them would essentially greet each other by fighting. Whenever Nora released a new movie, audiences would always find a character bearing a strong resemblance to Zhang Yin who would die a tragic death. While the film review sites would always feature a 1-star review that was the length of an academic essay devoted to bashing the film for its mistakes. Oh my goodness. They're such good friends.
時々人間の同業者が羨ましくなるっちゃ。彼らの手がけた文章にはなんかはわからんけどバリ不思議なものが宿っとる。文法は同じはずなんに妙に味わい深いとよ。人間は そげな芸術作品における神がかった文章をエスプリと呼んどる。それが一体何なんか、いつか必ずうちが明らかにしちゃるけん。人形の脚本家にだって常識を超える作品は生み出せるんちゃ。
Gosh, her voice is just so calming. I really like it. I sometimes envy my human colleagues. I always get the feeling that the words they write contain a strange thing that I don't understand. It's clearly the same style of writing, but I never get tired of reading it. I think humans call this divine gift wit, and one day I'll find out exactly what it is. I'm sure doll screenwriters will be able to come up with formulas that transcend established formulas too. Nora was never able to control the degree of processing power allocation when coming up with stories, which meant that long periods of work would frequently result in her neural cloud crashing. In other words, it felt like the world she was writing suddenly becoming real, drawing her into a bizarre, surreal landscape, and when she woke up again, her inspiration and energy would be sucked away by that dreamscape. This might be related to the period in Nora's past where she was discarded after being rolled out, but she appears to have lost the memory data pertaining to that time, which was also the initial reason why she couldn't work. She has no recollection of what she went through before producing her first work, like the creativity devoured by her dreams. The strange thing is, Nora's studio, which has often suffered from her work efficiency, has always refused her requests for repairs, citing technical reasons. As a result, Nora has had no choice but to accept her present circumstances, and often uses crashing from overwork as a reason for overshooting her deadlines. But sometimes when she is idle, she wonders if she would be an even more outstanding writer without that defect. Rather than worry about hypotheticals, why don't you focus on making that garbage you produce actually worth the paper it's written on? If that abacus you call a neural cloud didn't overload, that pile of trash you call your works probably wouldn't be as famous as they are now. Every time Zhang Yin responded to her philosophical musings in such a way, the wrath it sparked would wipe away all the doubts in Nora's heart. Wow, when you diss someone to cheer them up. So it sounds like what happened is that her studio took off her... It sounds like her studio overclocked her brain, basically. And they deleted the part where they actually did it, so she doesn't realize that's what happened. They overclocked her brain to make her work harder. I like being an author very much, because I can experience a different life through words. It's a very strange feeling. In just a few tens of thousands of words, one can go from nothing to something, ascend from the foothills of mountains to the clouds at its peak, and perfectly live another life. Still, it's not like it doesn't come at a price. My neural cloud systems have always been more susceptible to overloading than those of other dolls. I guess it's because I keep experiencing complex emotions. From a religious point of view, one could consider it a form of ascetic study.
うちゃ作家っていう職業バリ好きっちゃよ。だって文章を通じて違った生活を体験しきるもん。バリ不思議な感覚なんちゃ。たった数万文字に無から有、麓から頂までもう一つの人生が完璧に収められとる。代償がなかとは言えんね。うちのメンタルシステムは他の人形よりもオーバーロードしやすくなっとるとよ。複雑な情緒を繰り返し吟味しとるせいやろうね。宗教の概念では修行の一種なんやって。
Voice actress Mai Fujigami. This is RPK-16! I knew I recognized the voice somewhere. Nora's voice actress is the voice actress for RPK. And she's also the voice actress for Miho from Girls on Panzer. I was like, wait, no, I know this voice. And yeah. And yeah, it's her. Shoot, she's actually one of my favorites. I really like her way of speaking. It's just so So silky smooth. From time to time, Nora attempted to turn her guesses about her past into a story, or turn the uneasiness in her heart into the thrills sparked by her films. But creativity should not make up for her sense of loss in her heart, and she even began to wonder if her memories would vanish during one of her crashes. This is why she supported her studio's decision to enter into Project NeuroCloud. Although simply storing lacks innovation, it's more reliable than writing things down with a pen at least. Ironically, Nora is now trapped in the cloud server due to the reliable Project NeuroCloud, but she is very happy with the Oasis's creative environment, which features no deadlines whatsoever. To Nora, all her encounters here are valuable sources of inspiration, which she would never be able to encounter in any office. And thus, she is constantly observing and taking notes on all the friends around her, while preserving her experiences in the Oasis within her work. Nora hopes to gain the best kind of inspiration here, and create something that will live forever in everyone's hearts, including Zhang Yin's. Should the day come when she loses everything again, she'll be able to find her lost self from it, and the people who love it. The Frontline wiki says Nora is Mai Fuchigami. I mean, it says right here. On the... It says... Oh, sorry. Wrong. It says right here. On the bottom left corner. Mai Fuchigami. Right here. Move the text box so you can see. Like, see, right there. Mai Fuchigami. Right there. So, yeah. Who's also Sadayo Kawakami in Persona 5. I'm having trouble double checking that in English. It's covered by chat. Yeah, I know it's covered by chat. Sorry about that. I'm still trying to find a better place to put the chat. Maybe I'll put it in like a corner somewhere. Or maybe I'll just put it down here. And I'll just shrink it. Like, I'll just crop it out. Like so. And that should be fine. Have us... Oh wait, no, that's still bad. Like this. Yeah, I still need to get an overlay. But I don't have one for now. So we'll just have to make do. Let's read that last line.
あの記憶にいろいろと物語をこじつけてみたっちゃけど、土下しても空白がもたらす虚無と強行は拭えんやった。てっきりこれからもその虚無と強行を抱えて暮らすんやと思うとった。メンタルシステムが寿命を迎えるその日まで。そうしたら君が現れたっちゃ。さながらヒーローものの師匠キャラのごとく。まあこの先しばらくは釈然とせんやろうけど、うちは君から今と向き合うこと、そして未来を書き記すことを学んだっちゃ。物語の冒頭が変えられんなら、後に続くシナリオと結末をより鮮やかにしちゃえばよかろうも。なあ。
Mai Fuchigami, she's got kind of a voice in a lower register, right? But her voice is like so smooth and silky, despite being in a low register. It's still like, it comes off somewhat tomboyish, right? But it's still very girly. I don't know how to say it. Like her vocal register, like, I don't know, something about it is like very tomboyish and yet very girly at the same time. Like, I don't know. It's just, I can't get enough. I really like her. I like it so much. Like, it's incredibly calming. But then you have her like voicing someone more uplifting like Miho from Girls and Panzer, and she sounds pretty normal, right? She sounds pretty normally girly, right? But then you have her like with what was it? Sadayo? That's the teacher, isn't it? From Persona 5? And she sounds really normal there. She sounds incredibly normal. So she's got some good range. And of course she uses a similar voice to Nora when she does RPK, but more kind of monotone, so it gives you those you're not quite safe sort of vibes. with RPK. Heck, I'm gonna... I've written many stories in the past, but no matter what I do, I can't fill up that gap in my heart, in my life, and get rid of the emptiness and fear it brings. I once thought that I would just have to live on with that emptiness forever. It's that emptiness and fear, until one day when my neural cloud system would finally give up that ghost and crash for good. And then I met you. Like a mentor from all those heroic stories. I wasn't able to make sense of it for a long time, but I learned how to face my present and pen my future. If I can't change the script's beginning, then I'll just have to make the following scenes and the conclusion more exciting, right? Right.
深夜のオアシスは静かやんな。
Oh my god.
いろんな建物と昼夜
It's
の
so
ギャップ
soothing.
見とうだけでインスピレーションが止まらんとよ。とりあえずノートにメモしとこう。夜帰ってくる時くらい静かにしんしゃい。映画見よう。じゃなくて映画分析の邪魔やけん。うちはサボってなんかおらんけんね。
I can't believe it took me so long to realize it was my Fujigami. She's got such a unique voice.
もう朝一晩中買い取ったなんて。はあ、締め切りあと2日くらい伸びんかいな。一緒に映画見ん？仕事今午後たい？午後に仕事なんかしてどうすると？
What do you mean how can you work in the afternoon? Most people work in the afternoon. I mean, I don't do it. I usually work late, but yeah.
こりゃさすがに全年齢対象のナンパ方法とは言い難かよ。次の作品のネタにしちゃニューラルクラウド。
Okay. My voice is starting to leave me now. It's probably, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it is noticeably cracking up when I speak now. So, I think we're just
今
gonna
夜のライブが始まる。
call it a day.
いつも通り
I'm
舞
also
台袖
hungry.
からのサポートは任せました。
But yeah, thanks once
あ
again,
なた
you
の
guys,
指
for
示さえあれば
joining
ステ
me on
ー
this
ジ
stream.
は必ず完璧に幕を下ろす。
I'll be streaming Tuesday and
ステー
Thursday
ジを取り仕切る私の
on
姿を
Twitch,
世界中に見てもらわなくちゃ。
as well as,
期待
you
して
know,
てください。
on and off Gorilla streams throughout the week. And I'll be doing another stream on Saturday here on YouTube. It's probably going to be either chapter 2. I mean, I've gotten so far into the story, I still haven't read chapter 2. Or I will read this man's events. I will read... Oh wait, no, not here. Where are you? Where are you? I will read this sir's event. This fine specimen. Yeah, this should be a fun event. But yeah. Once again, thanks for coming to my stream. I'll be seeing you guys soon. Alright. Please, how do I do this? Please follow me on Twitter and on Twitch. I'm gonna put up a stream schedule probably tomorrow. The second stream schedule I've ever done, in fact. But we'll try to get out schedules more, how do I say this? More consistently. But anyways, Otsu cringe, Otsu raven, Otsu good night, Otsu I'm hot and hungry. Goodbye everybody.